I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean
our lives. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech so. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic 108, where the title I put is the North Korean troops you talked about in the room with us right now? Because there is always constant talk about North Korean troops. You know why? Because Zelensky is super sad. The Ukraine war is totally 100% out of the news cycle, and the only best thing that they can do is make things up. Or maybe they try to attack. They use drone strike, attack Kazan, and hopefully get some reaction from the Russians so that they can be on the headlines again. Ukraine not being on the headlines is devastating, and there's also, of course, big things happening over the past. Some big things, not many, but some big things over the past week. Particularly yesterday, we have a major terrorist attack. It's not the first one in its kind, but it's like yet another car drive through a Christmas street in Germany. And Germany, just not too long ago, just a few days before that, Elon Musk talking about AFD should be supported in Germany, and that created a massive outcry. But this terrorist attack simply just shows the position of AFD is not exactly out of place. So anyway, we're gonna invite everyone to join to chit chat. As usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms on YouTube Open Mic channel, Rumble Open Mic channel, Twitch, DPA Twitter, and DPA Rumble. What did I say? Rumble YouTube channel, Twitch, Telegram, and Twitter. Yeah, I don't know what I said. So anyway, so let's so I'm gonna drop the link to join. Give me a second. Let me figure out where. I forgot to take out my copy and paste. Shit. So meanwhile, you actually, honestly, I didn't know what to put up for the thumbnail for this week. So I was like, asking for advice in the DPA Open Mic Speakers Lounge, and Vaughn said that North Korean. So this is the inspiration. So anyway, I almost pasted in the wrong place. So I've dropped the link to join, pinned to the DPA Open Mic YouTube channel live chat, as well as on Rumble. I've pinned both of them, and I'm also gonna pin it on Twitch. And until the end of stream. So do come on and chit chat. Anyone can join as long as you have earpiece. You can use a phone, you can don't use earpiece, but it's going to be very disruptive. But you must show your face. So anyone can join. For those that never watch or very seldom watch DPA Open Mic, you might thought that these are all invited guests. Oh, you invite yourself, so you come and chit chat. So we have Vaughn. Hi Vaughn. Are you happy? You have North Korean troops, but they are just shadows. They're ghosts behind Zelensky.
Yeah, that's all right though.
Yeah, in the room with him. So no, it's not wrong. He's right. He's the North Koreans in the room with him. So he's
So proud of.
Hello, everybody. Yes. Have we already have real confirmation that the North Koreans are there?
No.
No, I
Yes.
mean, kind of not. I mean, they might be there, but nobody really knows where they're at.
Yeah, so the closest thing is there is a video footage of dead soldiers, Russian soldiers with North Korean look, but they might actually be the East Russian people. So it's like you really can't tell, but two among them, like two of them looks pretty North Korean to me. And then there's rumors about North Korean soldiers in the hospitals seeking like medical help, but it can't be confirmed, but the media, of course, run with it, and it reminds me a lot like the Russia during the Trump era, where they just talk things as if it's real, and then it makes you think that sometimes you might think that maybe it's real because they make it so convincing. So, and then like for the Trump thing, we all know that by now Russia is not a real thing. So the North Korean thing might actually not be real. As far as I'm concerned, why would North Korea not be proud to be deployed? They would have announced it. Like that's my opinion.
Well, I do have some thoughts on that, but we can wait till we stick to Ukraine. I got a couple. I'd like to focus on Kherson and then the North Koreans because I kind of have a few thoughts about the North Koreans.
No, we can start with that, man, because I'm quite sure later we will talk a bit more like Germany and others.
Well, I mean,
you mean stuff. There are not Koreans in Kherson?
No.
He's joking about it.
No, but I've seen it. There's videos out there showing like these artillery units and stuff moving in. They're supposedly North Korean moving into Russia, and there's supposedly there's North Koreans in Russia. They're doing training. There may I think most people agree that there's probably some joint exercises at a small level, like maybe some special forces or something like that. Maybe some infantry guys are doing some stuff. Maybe that's probably the most that's going on. Nothing big. And then maybe there's guys doing support stuff and learning how to do electronic warfare and stuff behind the lines where you wouldn't know anything anyway. Nobody's going to take videos of them and post it. But, they do have a defense agreement. And then, you have all the NATO troops in there and contractors and volunteers and internationals in Ukraine. And I'm just wondering if at some point there's going to be enough North Koreans in Russia somewhere and that they might not either participate directly in some kind of operation in Ukraine or some kind of joint operation in Ukraine or support some kind of operation in Ukraine, like with the artillery that's coming in, kind of like a surprise. Maybe, and I don't mean like the Russians need them, but more like just to pile on and help finish it off in maybe a particular area. And I just, it just seems like there's the ghosts of the North Koreans out there, and maybe they're out there, maybe they're not, but it does seem like there's a lot of stuff moving around. So I'm just thinking maybe at some point we're going to see some kind of more direct involvement with the North Koreans somewhere against Ukraine. And as long as it stays in Ukraine, then NATO can't really complain about it being outside. It's not like they're going to use them against Poland or the Baltics or anything like that. It would just be maybe some kind of joint operation or support of some large Russian operation to finish off a particular area or do a crossing in Kherson. Maybe that artillery would be nice to have. But I'm just saying it seems like there's a lot of North Korea stuff floating around out there. So I don't know, maybe down the road there might be some kind of bigger involvement that people weren't expecting.
Well, I think most and foremost is a way of legitimizing some Western decision policies that couldn't be legitimized otherwise. So you kind of say, well, the axis of evil is attacking Ukraine, the West against tyrannies and dictatorships. And so it goes well with that typical menu. So let's just say like that. But it's still very interesting, like when you said, well, why wouldn't be North Koreans training? I'm sure that many people around the world are on the Russian side studying, military attaches studying what's happening, because this is something new. We haven't had this type of warfare for ever. So there are many people that want to learn. We were talking about the Indians, Chinese, whoever. They want to learn what they are doing. And this is probably, so the North Koreans wouldn't be the same, wouldn't be the only ones doing this. So I think this is also something we should take into account.
Well, I mean, just real quick, they do have a special agreement and arrangement that's different than everybody else as far as that's concerned. That's the only reason I bring it up. It's like you know, there's actually incentives for North Korea to get involved at some point if Russia asked them to. And, you know, they have a defensive agreement. If it stays in Ukraine, I would think, you know, like you said, a lot of the world would complain about it, but at the same time, it's like, oh, you're bringing in the North Koreans. It's like, yeah, well, you got Poles in there, Germans, Americans, contractors, you know. So, you know, I mean, like half the world would agree with Russia, the other half would agree with NATO. So it's kind of like not kind of a no-win situation in the PR, you know, thing. But I just feel like there's a reason, you know, there's a reason they're coming in, and maybe at some point they'll actually help out.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's probably not just the North Koreans. There are more armies around the world which are observing from the Western side or observing from the Russian side. They are there with their military attachés. It's not just the North Koreans. And the thing about the North Koreans is very funny. It has its particularity, especially because, as we probably know, there is 500,000 of Korean people, or acknowledged ethnic people that live in Russia for some 2 centuries now, and they make part of that big constellation of ethnic peoples living in Russia. And there was some joke about the Chechen big boss there presenting some ethnic Koreans, Russians, and making joke about the whole situation. But this is all, I would say, it's a big fatty fair. I think after 2 weeks of that propaganda, we have gone a bit further. It doesn't claim much more. I think the destruction of the city of Rilach, well, Bulgaria will probably going to help us, and even the drones attacks on Kazan change a lot of things. And perhaps I'm sorry for the Leo and Mika because you arrived early, but I think it would be very interesting to hear Bigari's position on this. So I'm going to give him the voice first, and then he decides to go further. Go on, Bigari.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. The only good thing Ukrainians are good at is informational warfare, propaganda. What you are like talking about for like 10 minutes about North Koreans, a testament to the good job Ukrainians are doing, because no one saw North Koreans. Well, maybe they are in Kursk, maybe they are in like rear positions, helping with like fortification or some shit, but no one saw them. And everyone is talking about North Koreans like they are part of the conflict. So it's just what Ukrainians want you to do, to talk about meaningless shit that doesn't matter. To fill the informational space, to create attention. Does it matter? No, that it doesn't matter. North Korean troops never saw the most stealthiest army in the world. You never see them, but they are there. They are fighting. So it's completely fucking irrelevant point. I don't know why we even discussing it, because it's like Zelensky clown show. He's good at it. Like seriously, like more interesting point is like what happened in Romania, because I don't know if you read the fucking report about the election in Romania. The ruling party paid for the campaign to prop up Georgescu, the current ruling party, to fuck up with the most prominent right-wing
the Social Democrats, the Social
Democrat candidate. So they will prop up Georgescu, but unfortunately they did a really good fucking job, and he won. And then they created the Russian interference shit and canceled the elections. This was funny. The North Koreans are fucking relevant. What's happening in Romania? It's funny because we see the destruction of democracy as we like to portray it. That was funny. Okay, Leo.
Democracy.
First of all, I have a little point I would like to make to Wyatt. Am I pronouncing it right? Wyatt? Is that how you say it? Yeah. Wyatt. One tiny little thing. I'm not any kind of specialist on Russian language, but as far as I understand, suka.
You're a bit soft, man.
As far
You're
as
a
I
bit
understand,
soft.
you
You're
cannot
a
hear
bit
me?
soft. What happened to your mic? I adjust you to 200%, but you still sound so soft.
One moment, 1 second.
What happened?
1 second, will it just...
Leo is trying to learn to teach us all a Russian language and saying that the word suka in Russian means bitch. Okay, Leo,
Сука,
what
блядь, нахуй, пидорасы.
how much of that is
so
important, relevant?
One moment.
Okay, let him talk, man.
In the report, when you make a report, there's a river called Suhi, and I hear you pronounce it Suki Yale, which basically is plural. Can you hear me?
That
Yes.
river has
Am
nothing
I
to do with
audible right now?
word
Can you hear me,
suka.
guys?
It means suhi. Suhi means dry. Suhi means dry. It doesn't have any correlation with word suka. It's just Wyatt's pronunciation. It means it sounds like sukiyali. Suki. It means suhi. Suhi.
Yes,
Suhi means dry.
Exactly. That was exactly what I was to say. So there are two: dry. There is a warm bitches. So if you have a cider, if you have a
FSB is getting you, man. Your connection is very poor. You want to reduce
so it's
your
just a little bit
video
funny
resolution?
moment. I just
No,
want to help Wyatt.
Yeah, it's not new, man. You know, I have been people have been complaining about my pronunciation for almost 3 years. You know, this is part of the beauty of DPA.
Well,
It's
Leo,
not
I
doing
know
well for
Russian
years.
language.
But
Wyatt
it
butchers 90% of the fucking towns that he pronounces. Like
Hello,
Yeah,
guys.
but
he creates syllables and like letters that don't exist and pronounce them. Like, but it's part of the job.
Do you hear me, guys?
It would be very interesting. It would
Yes.
be very interesting
Yes,
to learn, to talk about, or to comment about the reaction of Zelensky once after the 4 hours interview of Putin, when Zelensky was really mad and he was like calling names at Putin. This was a very strange situation. Zelensky really mad, completely lost all the ground.
Too. Sorry.
Wait.
Go on.
I need to go back to the previous point about the pronunciation. Bigari need to change your name.
Just we
Your
don't
name
care.
is not
We don't
Ukrainian.
care. Listen,
His name is not Ukrainian. It's not. There's the G
Why?
inside. There's no G in Ukrainian. It's a H. Okay. It's Bihari.
Why? No one cares. No one cares. It's a pronunciation. No one cares. Believe me, I could have corrected you tens of times about the Arabic towns and cities. No one care. We know it's not your language. It's even I messed up English.
And 90% of the people actually don't really care about the pronunciation of
exactly. No one cares.
They also don't know how to pronounce it.
The biggest crime Wyatt commits is when he pronounces Vovchansk, because he like inserts
okay, so how do you pronounce it?
Vovchansk. Vovchansk. Vovchansk.
Where's the difference? I don't understand.
Where's the second V?
Even I don't understand the difference.
It's the name.
No one cares. No one cares. No one understands.
Very properly.
Only the ones who will speak the language will understand, but the rest will not understand. This about. I will get back to the two topics. The first one is the
North Koreans, is it?
The ninja. Because no one sees them. They are ninjas. You understand?
Cultural appropriation, freaking hell.
Yeah, it's close, man. It's the same region. You understand? But seriously, the best thing that I heard, the most logical thing that I heard, is that they are operating some artillery in the background, and they are helping the Russians because the Russians don't have that same kind of artillery, and it demand a lot of time and effort to manpower those artillery, and the Russians don't have them and don't produce the shells as North Koreans. So this is the first, the most logical things that I heard. But even the excuses like very dumb. Excuse me, you are showing me a pixelized picture of like tiny human beings. I don't even know if they are human beings. They can be multiple Chewbacca's there. We will not know.
It's reindeers, you know. It's
Nika, are you talking about that footage where they put some North Korean tanks going through, and there is a Russian train going? But that's any Russian train that travels every day from the eastern.
It's another video.
No.
Nika is talking about the other one.
The humans that are movies, like they are this tiny bit. And they say they are North Korean.
They put a North Korean flag and float above the ends, and then you say that it's North Korean troops. It's evidence.
I did see one video where there was like a Russian guy talking, and there was like 3 or 4 Asian or Siberian, maybe Korean guys standing there, and they were armed, and there was 4 Ukrainians sitting down in a circle that were POWs, but. Like I said, I mean, they could have been Korean because there was a few variations in their kit that I haven't seen on like regular Russians. But
I see
the way they could easily just be volunteer, Siberian troops.
The Koreans are very successful. The Korean community is so successful in Russia. The most rich woman in Russia is a Korean ethnic person. There is a lot of Koreans inside of Russia. Korean culture plays for centuries a big important part on Russian culture. This is a joke from Zelensky. It's a stupid joke that man has. There are Russian.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You cannot identify Koreans, but Russians burn the faces of Koreans. When they die, Russians burn the faces of Koreans, so we cannot identify. Zelensky said it in the Brussels in the press conference. So
this is so ridiculous. Ridiculous.
We haven't seen Zariel for a long time. Hi, Zariel.
Hey guys. I hope you can. I hope you can hear me.
I was talking, guys. Everyone cut me.
No. We later get back to you. Let Zariel. I scared they want to drop off.
Go. It's okay. Go.
I just want to comment on 3 points. First of all, good evening, everyone. Yeah, long time no see. I had a good talk with Alex a couple of weeks ago, and concerning North Korea. Now, the first thing is North Korea was actually pulled into this thing, and you have to connect the dots, you have to follow everything. The reason why is because South Korea got Taurus missiles from Germany, and Germany refused to send Taurus missiles to Ukraine. So what did they do? Zelensky went to South Korea and tried to get the Taurus that they would not get from Germany. And South Korea, the South Korean Prime Minister, President, whatever, said, yeah, we can do it, you can try, but we need Parliament to give confirmation. Now what happened is, confirmation did not come because he closed it down. He did the the martial law, because he knew that they were not going to allow him to send the Taurus missiles to Ukraine. So that is where this whole thing comes in, that North Korea is in there so South Korea can send their weapons to Ukraine, blah-de-da-de-da. It's all bullshit. Second thing is, I've seen videos from North Korean troops being edited. They were actually video edited or AI edited pictures of Ukrainians fighting or Russians fighting, and they put an AI South Korean or Asian. Now, even if they were in Kursk, so what? It's Russia. They're allowed to have as many guests from as many countries in their own borders. So what's the whole discussion about with South Korea, North Korea? Screw it. They are at war.
Bigari made a really good point. Bigari made a really big point. This is ridiculous. We came to the point where they even, without finding proofs about it, they say the Russians are burning the faces of the dead North Korean soldiers in order for people not to identify them. This is so ridiculous, and people don't understand how stupid this has become. Zelensky has become a real clown on the international stage, and nobody comments about it. And before that, I was saying about that amazing press conference where in Brussels, where Zelensky looks like a drug addict, a bully, a thug. He really looks like a disturbed person, and nobody comment on the fact that Zelensky doesn't look normal, it doesn't talk normal, and he makes arguments that are completely stupid, like Bigari just said, and you are just kind of making a big picture about it. This has become a discourse of dead people, of stupid people, and whoever believes this is really strange. Sorry, go on, Sahel. Sorry for disturbing you.
Yeah, I mean, it's as you say, you know, why would the Russians burn the faces of the North Koreans? That's, I mean, if you believe that, if you want to believe that, then I have, as Alexander would say, I have a couple of bridges I could sell you. Now, this idiot is going all over the world instead of fighting in his own country. And by the way, I'm a sympathizer. Look, I'm wearing his tunica today. I mean, come on. We all know that Zelensky is a puppet. He's a clown actor. He's been put there. We all know that Russia is going to wind this down in a very, very short time. I would say maximum 1 year. This will all be wound down. If Trump comes in, with or without Trump, Putin is going to wind this thing down. And we Westerners in Europe, in the North Americas, we don't have the weapons anymore to send them. Okay, we have financially been depleted. We're the ones who are in tatters, according to Ursula von der Leyen. And look at the German economy right now. I mean, we can just literally connect the dots and see what's happening. We are so screwed. We're looking at 200,000 unemployed in Germany within the next couple of months because of this BS. And what started it all? First of all, we had to send weapons, and second of all, our pipelines got detonated. And now France and everyone else is suffering from this. So, you know, it's all just a big ass show, guys. Screw North Korea, screw South Korea. Focus on what's important, and that is Ukraine. Even Syria had to fall because Putin knew Ukraine is not something that you leave out of your eye. And my queen says good evening, so yeah. I'm out.
Good evening, doggy. Oh, it's the cat. Oh, holy shit.
Okay. I want to pick up on the point. I want to pick up on the point that Prata made about comments Zelensky made about Putin, and he made the comment about Orban. Like in his tweet, he called Putin dumbass, but in Ukrainian version of the tweet, he called him fucktard, by the way. So he like winded up for Ukrainians audience, and everyone is cheering about it in Ukraine because he's such a brave man, calling Putin fucktard. What's happening right now is Zelensky is, you need to understand where he comes from and who, that he is not the like real deal in Ukraine. He has years in Ukraine. That's Kuchma and Pinchuk clan. And they are in deep ties with Democrat Party in the United States. Right now, what's happening is the formation of anti-Trump coalition in Europe. Like Britain, to some extent France, because Macron can stop talking about foreign region in Ukraine and so on. We are seeing the formation of the coalition that will oppose Trump and his peace plans and so on to prolong the war. To prolong the war to 2026 until the midterm elections in the United States, in the hopes that Democrats will retake the Congress, and there will be no audit of the help to Ukraine. So we will bury the secrets. So right now we see the actual sabotage attempts to the peace, to the Zelensky, calling Orban all the worlds, because everyone says that Orban is a Putin agent, but where did Orban went last? He went to Mar-a-Lago. He returned from Mar-a-Lago and he started talking to Zelensky about like Christmas truce and all that shit. And Zelensky is talking that he is a Putin agent and promotes Putin peace plans. That was Trump peace plans. And he is basically saying, fuck you to Trump. And fuck you to all your peace plans. We will continue the war. We will continue the war with limited weapons that Biden will have to can provide us until January 20th, and then with European like support from UK and so on, we will continue. We will ramp up terrorist actions in Russia. Like if you follow the news, Ukrainian call centers are terrorizing Russian elders, and they are burning banks and all that stuff.
How does that work exactly? I mean, they call these pensioners and like what, promise them money or threaten them, or so I saw some lady, it looked like she tried to burn some fucking ATMs and like burn.
They scam them. They scam them, so they transfer all the fucking savings. They call them like, we are like Russian FSB or some shit. Your account has been hacked. You need to transfer your money to this account to be safe. They transfer the money and then they call them like, if you want to return your money, you need to do this, and they go and do that. Like people like the digital literacy of elders is really bad, like across the world, especially in Russia, in Ukraine, and those people are scamming money like for hundreds of millions of, like even billions of
it's the whole world,
dollars.
It's the whole world.
It's a whole world.
On this educated person that educated Singaporean got scammed like millions. Even the government tell her to don't do it. You know, this is being flagged. The police
most scams
too much insisted.
And this scam centers
most scams in Germany are made by Ukrainians, by the way. Most scams
these scam centers are located in Dnipro. There was, by the way, a big scandal because the godfather of Yermak's son, he is controlling those call centers, and he was in fight with Azov Brigade because they are like covering another call center. So there was a big fight because every Ukrainian good guys, good fighters, they are providing security for those scam centers, like all these brigades, Azov, Aidar, all those fuckers. So, and it's really coordinated work. So, like I don't remember what point I was making. Oh, anti-Trump coalition. Yeah, you will see that it will be coordinated effort. Like what Zelensky is doing. Like he's not some crazy person. Calling other people like leaders retarded and fucktards and crazy men. He is doing this to sabotage what Trump is going to do. Okay, Wyatt.
So wait, I want to read out the super chat first. I really hope South Korea will betray its cause at some point. 3.5 million standing army at US disposal is not insignificant. And I want to let Peter introduce himself first because he's new, so that he can join the conversation. Peter, would like to introduce yourself? Peter. Unmute yourself and then you talk.
Yeah.
Hi, introduce yourself.
So I've been on the show one time before.
Really? Okay, let me check. Yeah, I think I never got you before. I mean, I never got your information before. Must be a long time ago.
I'm from Sweden.
Oh, he's lagging by like 15 seconds.
No, I don't know what's going on because I like hear crosstalk when people are talking.
He's lagging like 1,000 years. Difference. Yeah.
Okay. Advice for Peter is maybe you refresh your browser tab. I think you refresh. Let it reconnect. So if not, you're
Or-
lagging so badly.
or the
we can't talk.
camera.
Okay, Leo.
First of all, I heard Peter excellently. It was absolutely crystal clear and perfect. So perhaps signal from Sweden to Sweden goes a little bit faster. Second point that I wanted to make is to make note that now in this month, in the month of December, Russians have been moving forward a lot slower, and it's almost certain that they will not achieve equally big progress this month. So from having an upward trend, the trend is starting to go down. And my question
So Peter, I'm sorry. No, sorry. You bring those things up. Where did you make those calculations that the Russians are moving slower on December? Who brought you to that? Where did you find those statistics? It's just bullshit. Sorry, it's just real bullshit. When we know that the front is actually breaking down completely, and the Russians are actually moving much faster than everybody is actually even mapping.
First of all, when you were speaking, I did not interrupt you, so please let me make my question, and of course you will answer it. And secondly,
of course, I won't answer you because you are not God on earth. I don't need to answer you anything. I just need, it's like when you say bullshit, you have to bring up yourself. I brought you to the point. Where did you got those stupid statistics? You have to bring. You have to. No, you are not answering at all. You're just trying to. You're calming down. You're not psychologist. You're not a psychiatrist. You should behave.
Okay, so Wyatt, if you
I
watch
am a stupid
Wyatt's
Scandinavian.
Okay, let's slow down with the insults. If you watch the shows that Wyatt makes, you can see that every day at the end of them, he gives us a calculation of the progress. If you were watching his shows, you would know this by now. Additionally, there are calculations that are provided a lot of times by the Willie OIM. I don't know if you know that guy. He's military. He makes good shows, and it's very interesting to watch him. Anyway,
his shows are shit.
So, my question is: do you think that this downward trend? Very good. You're doing good, Prata. Now, my question is: will the trend, in your opinion, continue downwards, or do you think it will pick up again? Thank you.
Can I answer instead of Prata? Because seems Leo doesn't understand how military combat
he
works.
asked me the question, so let me answer first. So if you look at you cannot look at the whole Ukraine war as a whole because it's not reality. Like you have to look at various front line on its own. If you look at the various front line on its own, Kursk front have picked up. Voreshna front is totally new and is moving faster. Then Pischani is slowed down, which is close to Borova. It's all slowed down. The Bakhmut, there's nothing. I always say there's nothing. So Torex is moving a bit faster, a bit. Like they are losing the urban grounds. So if you look at different grounds, it's different. Like in Pokrov, they are now meeting all the heavy entrenches. So before that, they have the defenses broke. So it moved faster. But then now they reach the next defense line, so it slowed down. The same thing go for the entire Uspenivka region, the entire, the previous Velika Novosibirsk, east of Velika Novosibirsk, the entire region. In the beginning, it was very fast as well because the entire line broke because of Voleda. Then now they meet the defense line, so it slowed down again. So it's not really. I don't think it's a weather thing per se because the weather affects both sides. It's like football, it doesn't matter. It's always 11 versus 11. Both facing the same problem. But it's just, I think various fronts have different circumstances.
Yeah.
Like Velika Novosibirsk is moving faster and faster. Then it slowed down a bit because maybe the Ukrainians send in reinforcement to plug the hole because they just cannot let it just keep collapsing. It will be a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Exactly,
I mean, just real quick. I mean, I think it's just dependent on the particular day, the weather, what units are around, and whether or not they take a lot or a little bit, or they get stopped or whatever. So I think it's pretty opportunistic, especially in the South around Pokrovsk and other places. It's just, whatever, because there's always pressure continuous. They get stopped or whatever. Well, I mean, there's continuous pressure across the entire front, especially in the South around Pokrovsk and other places. It's just,
what the fuck is happening, man?
the fuck?
Okay. If you look, I want to expand on what Wyatt said. Like, if you look at the map right now, there is a fight in Kurakhove, big city. There is Russian reached Pokrovsk, big city. There is fight in Toretsk. There is fight in Chasiv Yar. The Kursk advances are not that fucking slow, slow. There is big chunks that Russian are taking there. There is fight in Velika Novostilka. It's like a small little town. So it's like 5 big town fights at the same time. And 1 year ago, or 1.5 years ago, we had one big fight town like in Bakhmut.
Yeah.
Right now, Russia is fighting 5 big fights at the same time.
And that's the thing. I mean, I think
they reach these fights. They take the city, and then there is a big advances, like in Vuhledar. Because last month there was like 750 kilometers. This month, right now, it's like 280, something like that. So it's not a small number, but compared to the collapse after Vuhledar, it's a small number, because after Vuhledar there is no fucking defense lines, and they take huge chunks of money until the next line of defense, and then they fight over the next line of defense, and then in January they will take maybe 1,000 square kilometers or some shit, because people like Wyatt, I was clowning him because he was saying that rivers are frozen in Ukraine with this weather. Like, the weather is not that cold.
There's no frozen rivers in
you can see that Singaporean living in tropical weather, like he doesn't know how winter works. The weather is not that cold. Rivers don't freeze at this So, what happens right now? Like, the weather is slowly starting to get colder, so the ground will be more stable, and you can move with heavy vehicles on the ground. Because before that, the previous 1 or 2 months, there's a lot of rain and there is a lot of mud. So moving was really difficult. But right now the weather is starting to freeze, so the movement will be more easily, easily accessible. That was like
during the muddy season. So the capital of Voleda is during the muddy season. The capital of Voleda, the huge collapse is the muddy season.
They captured it at the end of September, and it was really sunny. It's not really.
So it was after that it got muddy.
Yeah. We have very mild climate. Everything is changing slowly.
And end of October to the even right now we have rains. When I was young, when I was kid, 5-6 year olds, right now we would have had minus 15. But global warming, man, we need to fight that.
Send in Greta. We need to send in Greta and save you.
This is the exact point. If you bring up who mentioned that William, he has no fucking clue. He was arguing with Alex from History Legends about the winter offensives, and he was like, "Oh, during winter you cannot do offensive." You don't have a fucking clue, because you live in Australia, and probably 2 degrees is really cold for you. I remember I was walking fucking bare chest, without shirt in minus 25, and it's okay. You don't understand people here. Minus 2 is not a big problem.
Well, even that,
you're very flurry.
There's been stories about, in Western media, the Russians aren't ready for the cold weather. It's for fuck's sake, I mean, they live in cold weather. I would assume it's 2024. They've figured out how to stay warm in the fucking winter. I mean, however that would be, I'm sure it works. And they act like the Russians aren't ready for winter. It's when I was a kid growing up in history, it's when they talk about Russia, the winter, you don't fuck with Russia in the winter. Russia loves to fight in the winter. And then the war starts, now all of a sudden, Russia's going to run out of shit. Russia can't get nobody. Russia's afraid of the cold. It's I mean, think about it. If you think about Russia, the Soviet Union, winters. That's the epic time for them in their history.
Well,
You know,
I think
and
we
now
have.
all of a sudden it's like, oh, it snowed in Kiev. Oh, well, fuck, the Russians are going to retreat now because, you know, they don't have boots and jackets. It's just like the missile shit and all the other crap. It's ridiculous. It's like saying, I even heard they said the North Koreans weren't ready for the winter. It's like, for fuck's sake, they probably got some of the best winter clothing available because they live in the fucking cold.
Nika, go on.
just-
Nika
I
has a
just-
finger.
Yeah, thank God, at least after one. So I can confirm in winter, the soil would be like so hard. Even the snow would be like so hard that you can walk without even like it will be a hard rock. Even the snow. This is one thing. So the terrain will be solid. As I can like argue even a tank can go through that terrain. Secondly, about the advancement, yeah, it's logical. It's not something like crazy or mythical. For example, you see that in the Volodar area there were practically no advancement, but when Volodar were conquered, we saw an accelerated advancement. That's a normal thing. But after that, when we got to the next defensive line, or when the Ukrainian army didn't like stop crumbling, we have like a slowing down. But it's something very, very normal. Every time you will get past a very fortified area, you will get behind it an area that
unless you face Syrian army.
No, this is something else. Yeah, this is something else. So this is it. It's something very normal and doesn't have anything to do with winter. We can see in the Second World War, all the major like Russian offensive were in winter. It didn't like hinder them back then. Imagine now.
I think another thing too is they're getting into these areas where the settlements are more built up, and the Ukrainians haven't had a chance to like lay mines and stuff like they did way back last year when they, you know, like around Rabatny and stuff. But I think one thing is that the Russians still have to slow down and clear houses, because I'm sure they leave booby traps and stuff, because they got to fall back, or, you know, I mean, they're obviously killing as many as they can pin down and capture and all that. But these guys that leave, I mean, think about it. You've seen what one tank mine can do to a small house. So I bet you a lot of it is just clearing houses and stuff of booby traps, and you've seen how they do it. They'll just throw some mines out in the road. You still got to clear it. You still got to make sure they don't have them rigged to blow up, even if you can see them laying there in the middle of the road. So I think that's part of it, is they get slowed down on that stuff, and they just got to clear through there. Then once they get through it, you see them speed up again and hit the next line, and then, like you're saying, Nika, it kind of slows down again. But especially around Pokrovsk and Chavashar, you got these really built up areas. So I think even though they're making progress, they still have to kind of clear the area.
If we pay attention, it's exactly what Von said. But they advance a lot, and then they have to secure all they have. So this argumentation from Leo, that's the point what I made, like this exorbitant reaction, is because this is what we see in the media. These stupid arguments, like the Russians are losing too many people. They are losing, they come back that the Russians don't have enough weapons. They don't have enough rockets. This is stupid. We don't see that. What we see is like Von said. They conquest a lot of terrain. They have to secure the terrain. Mika was also correct, putting into question the weather and Bulgaria as well. The weather is too warm now. It will be much harder. It's going to become even more to the favor to the Russians in the very near future. And Leo wants to convince us that the Russians are on the brink of desperation. Everything is going to fall down. The Russians are going the economy is going to destroy. This is stupidity, because this has been a discourse for 3 years, and 3 years. This is always the excuse to continue the war, and we understand that the war needs to be stopped, not to be continued. Sorry, no, go Nika. Sorry for this cutting you off.
Well, no, I'm just gonna push in, or I'll never fucking say anything, guys, and then I'll go away. But look. Has anyone addressed the super chat about South Korea? I don't think so. So I'll do that very briefly. Listen, South Korea has 3.5 million troops. They are right next door to China. The idea that South Korea or America would start a conflict in that theater, it's very hard to believe that that would happen, because it's not even clear whether or not America would be able to resupply a fighting force in South Korea. I mean, remember what year we're in. That is right next door to China. Politically, China would not tolerate South Korea attacking North Korea or being victorious. I couldn't imagine how the US would go to war with China in the Korean Peninsula in the modern age. I just don't see that happening. I think it's entirely unrealistic, and I don't think the US would do it either. I don't think China would do it. I don't think the US would do it. But anyway, that's my opinion on this. Listen, on the subject of Ukraine, I think that we're all missing like a pretty big point here, and that is that Russia is choking Ukraine out, has been for a long time. They're in no rush. Like, I understand the TV audience for the war wants to see something happen, and they think that it's all very, very exciting. But Russia's been choking Ukraine out for a very long time, and they're still doing it. They're not in any rush, and why would they be? On the political aspect, Trump's new FBI guy, Patel, has said that his first order of business, hey Lambo, is going to be investigating the money that's gone to Ukraine. Now, listen, this has meaning, right? If the head of the FBI says that he's going to turn the largest law enforcement agency on the face of the planet towards this subject, he's not trolling you, right? Like, that's going to happen. And that has clearly rattled a lot of people. What's NATO's response been? Well, Rutte said, we're all going to get together and we're going to pay the US 5% of our budgets for all their military hardware, right? Now, I can see the logic in that. That's something that you can negotiate with Trump about. He's a businessman. That is a massive chunk of change, right? But let's not be deceived. Rutte can't make that call. Rutte is a water boy, right? Rutte does not control the budgets of European states. He can't pledge 5% on behalf of them. And then we get into the economic realities. How many European states do you think are going to give America 5% of their GDP for military hardware, right, just so that they can cover up the corruption and the money laundering in Ukraine? Look at what's going on in Europe at the moment. The British Army is being decimated by people leaving it despite putting the wages up. Romania is in a situation where democracy has been suspended, so that's fun. Germany's economy is going down the toilet at the rate of knots, and now AfD are getting massive support electorally, right? Europe is in no position, right, to give Trump 5% of their GDP, and Rutte's not the guy to promise it anyway. It's fantasy that Mark Rutte has the authority to bargain like this with Trump. And so what we're looking at is Trump is going to look after, he's going to chase the money. He's going to, that's his position, right? That's why Zelensky is so terrified. That's why the French and the British are talking about pushing their troops into Lvov. Until Trump takes office, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what people do to try and stop this investigation of the money in Ukraine, right? That's the big deal. That is a really big deal, because it's the only way that Trump gets to make peace without being a loser, right? Trump doesn't want to inherit this war, and he doesn't want to be a loser. He doesn't want to be the guy that loses to Russia. So what's his pathway out? His pathway out is to say that the whole thing is a racket and a money laundering operation, right? Which it manifestly is, right? And then to say, we need peace, and this is all a big scam, and then divert attention away elsewhere, right? This is what's going on. And in this context, why would Russia spend lives conquering little bits of territory in Ukraine when their strategy is manifestly to choke that nation out economically? No, Russia's not going to do anything crazy. They're going to keep doing what they're doing. Ukraine is going to keep doing what it's doing. And then we're going to see what we see if and when Trump takes office. But anyway, that's my 2 cents. Good to see you all. I'm going to go and get some coffee.
Toby, you're perfect. Thank you for that one. He's gone.
Bagari, it's either Bagari or Leo. Pick.
No, it's Bigari, of course.
Let Bagari go.
Okay, I will be quick and I will give Leo because he was first. Yes, Russia is not hurry in the mainland Ukraine, but they are in the hurry in Kursk. They want to kick Ukraine out before Trump gets into office in Kursk. And it's clear, like with what you see on the ground, like the assaults become more massive. They are trying to do as much as possible in Kursk before that. Also, I want to bring out one comment. Like Fico is right now in Moscow, in Kremlin, meeting Putin, and I wanted to bring out the comment that Fico said what Zelensky offered to him. He offered 500 million of Russian frozen assets in so Slovakia can vote for them to join NATO. Then I have a question. Do those assets remain untouched, or are they dipping into those assets without everyone knowing? Because if Zelensky is offering Fico bribe officially during the European Council, we offer you 500 million from Russian assets, can we trust that people in European kleptocrats do not touch those assets at all right now?
I can answer that one if you want to, Bigari, if Leo allowed me. Otherwise, because Belgium is doing that. Belgium finances Ukraine with the interest of Russian accounts on banks in Belgium. So they're taking 200 million interest that normally is for Russia, and they give that to Ukraine. And our minister said, after the war, in theory, Russia has the right to re-ask their interest because it actually is not legal to do that. So that's going to happen maybe in the future. So they're actually busy gambling. They are gambling with money, and they are going to end up by gambling with our tax money. That is what is going to end. That is the answer, actually. So, yes, you can do it, but no, it's illegal. Leo?
First of all, I would like to say that we are all from different places in the world, and we have slightly different tempo when we speak. I come from Sweden. Peter is also coming from Sweden. And a lot of times when you think that we are lagging, sometimes it's just that we don't speak as fast as you do. So please keep that in mind, okay? People in the north don't speak so fast like you do. That's one little thing. Second thing that I wanted to note is that I am not trying to make a statement. I asked an open question where anybody and everybody could make their opinion. I just noted the fact that there is a slowdown, and then I posed a question. And then we got an answer, for example, from Bigari. He said that in January, Russian armed forces will take 1,000 square kilometers. And of course, I make a note of that.
Maybe.
Okay.
He said maybe.
Maybe. Okay. I'll go. I'll enter maybe.
What was the question?
He simply said that he simply said that you can't know. So no. So maybe it could be 1,000. Maybe it's not.
Yes. And now back to another thing. I have been watching some stats from both Medusa, and then there's similar Ukrainian stats, and we can clearly see that the number of casualties is going down. The number of dead in this month is going down. It's slowing down. It's not going as fast as before also. So the intensity when it comes to casualties of the fighting is also going down. Now I'm posing the second question. Guys, do you think that in January the number of casualties will also pick up again, or will it continue on the downward trend, or do you think it will stay the same? Thank you.
Yeah. So about numbers, never believe numbers. Certainly about casualties. Numbers you can believe for machinery, planes, helicopters. Normally, you're always going to have some proof. They shut down something, so you're going to see the proof that they shut down the plane. You're going to see proof you're going to shut down the military people. No, If you just need to read all the articles about pro-Russian, pro-Ukrainian, more neutral, the press, the NATO, these are all different numbers. Nothing collide to each other, and the differences are like so big. Zelensky is going to say, I don't know how much it was again, 30,000, 180,000 dead Russians, and the pro-Ukrainians are saying more than 700,000 Russian soldiers that have been casualties. Like, numbers about people that died, missing in action, or wounded in action is very difficult to check. You don't have proof. We can check one thing is when they do the agreements, when they are exchanging people. They did it. They did it this week, I think. I think it was 500 dead Ukrainians and 43 dead Russians, something like that. Or I'm going to be a little bit next.
Lambo. I don't want to interrupt you, but these numbers are so fucking misleading because Russia is advancing and Ukrainian bodies are stuck in the Russian lands, and so of course they have more dead bodies in their possession. Like it's don't look at those numbers.
I was going to say that also, but it's just like I just want to say to everybody: never believe numbers. You're going to believe them after the war. We're going to have numbers after, and they're not going to be accurate. Also, they're not going to.
I want to talk about numbers. I want to say some numbers.
But the advancement.
I want to say some numbers. I will say some numbers.
After me.
I will say some numbers. Okay, the 100.
2 minutes.
That was trained in France. 1,000 people deserted on the Pokrovsk. During the month of November, 19.8 thousand criminal cases opened on desertion from the army in Ukraine. That was 2 times higher than in October. Another story, the platoon of soldiers, like 100 soldiers from Kherson was sent to Pokrovsk. Only 7 soldiers reached Pokrovsk. 83 soldiers left during the transit. They just ran away. That's why you don't see the increase of casualties, because Ukrainian army is not fucking like people like want to see how we are getting mobilized. Today, yesterday in Odessa, the father was trying to protect his son from force like mobilization. He got shot dead by TCC. People don't want to fight for this fucking country. Because this country is empty inside. No one wants to fight for this country. That's why you don't see casualties. Because everyone is leaving the front. It's not fucking like quantum mechanics, man.
Did they officially? Hold up, Lambo. Did they officially lower the age to 18 yet, or is that still being discussed?
They will lower it by the end of winter to 21. That's my. I said it like a long time ago. They will lower to 21 by the end of winter and by 18 by the end of spring.
Yeah. So that is why I say we don't speak about numbers, because a lot of cases we don't know, and a lot of reasons. But it's concerning what's happening in Ukraine, and if you know as citizen that you're going to lose, you're not going to fight against something you know you're going to lose. You see the fucking fab bombs dropping in big distance, you're going to explode.
Lambo. Sorry. There was an interview between Tucker and Vivek Ramaswamy during the election night. Election night, where Tucker was inviting like a lot of people, and Vivek said a good thing about like fighting for the country. When country is empty, like country doesn't offer you anything, country is dead inside, you don't fight for the country. Ukraine is dead inside. Like,
but why would Ukrainians fight for the welfare?
You're fighting for Zelensky regime, so he stays in power.
Bigari, why would Ukrainians fight for the well-being of Scandinavians? Scandinavians, which actually are like crazy buying clothes, which they wear 3 times in their lives, and then they throw away. Why would Ukrainians fight for these people? wasting people that sky themselves as being over very biological and very climate aware, and they're just wasting people, and they think the Ukrainians are going to give their life for them to keep their stupid life standard. Of course not.
Another number for you. Yesterday, 150,000 people left Ukraine just during yesterday, officially.
You can?
If you're under the age of mobilization and women, they live in the country. 150,000 people during one day left the country.
That means all the younger ones, all the 21 years old,
all young people, all schoolgirls, schoolboys, they live in the country. They probably will never come back.
No, and they're not going to come back. About the other numbers, the ground for Leo, November was
150,000 people in one day. One day.
Yeah, I know, but I am actually bluffed that it's still possible to do it. So what happened to the borders? I think I was thinking they were mine.
Border guards are fighting in the front line.
They're not men. Women and children live in the country. So the country will be just all fucking farts and disabled people with 0 legs and arms that are left after the war.
It's crazy, yeah. But about the other numbers, so to just that I can continue speaking a little bit, because I was speaking, the numbers about the grounds. November, I think Wyatt was 740 square kilometers in November that Ukraine lost to Russia, something like that, average. So December is going to be more because it's going, deep state numbers. I can give you, Leo, deep state numbers. 740 square miles is like 150% more than the month before. So December is going to be 800 plus. January, if you continue to count like that, yes, 1,000 kilometers is very plausible. I'm not going to say it's going to be like that, and the rate is going since February, I think, is going up like crazy. It's going up crazy.
I want to say another number before maybe I will go soon. 150,000 people returned to Mariupol. 90% of people from territories that Russia captured returned to territories that Russia captured. What does it say to you about Ukrainian government and how they care for the people that were affected by war? That they are returning to the territories captured by Russia and want to live in Russia instead of living in Ukraine? What does it tell you?
They don't want to live in Scandinavia, so they want to go and have a good job, have a good weather, and live with their families and their kins, and they don't want to live in Scandinavia. So whoever is in Scandinavia and believe that Russia is going to lose because they watch it in the news, they probably are wrong.
But Prata, the guys from the people from Mariupol that left Mariupol, I'm going to give you after that, Voin. The people from Mariupol that left Mariupol was returned to Russia. I know they got the chance, I think, and maybe a good financial plan or things to say like, no, it's time that you can go back, repair it, a big part. Don't go there, too much mines, but go back to Mariupol. And they just did, I think. It's a good sign for them also. You can go to if your house was not destroyed, because not everything was destroyed in Mariupol, you can just go back home. You can go to your home that you built yourself with your wife and your kids. So yeah, why not? Fine.
Just finger.
There is no respect to the finger, man.
Yeah, I was a boy or Leo or somebody. Fucking do the damn finger already.
Yeah.
So I was
but
trying
fuck off, not me, huh?
Voyin, is that you? Okay. You go first, Voyin. I will go after you.
First Voyin, then you.
Okay. Well, I agree with the argument that we cannot trust any numbers that are official given by any side. Still, there are some hints that we can look to. At least the official numbers, which are not in favor of the own side, that we can somewhat trust. They are probably also at least reduced. For instance, these numbers of desertions and stuff. And we can also look at the mobilization, how it happens on each side. So obviously, Ukraine has more trouble to get fresh troops, and they need it more, else they wouldn't do this kind of mobilization. I also wanted to point to the fact not just that a lot of people are leaving Ukraine, but many people seemingly don't remember that Ukraine was a split country regarding pro-West or pro-Russia from the very beginning. And if you look at the elections from before 2014 and after 2014, when this Maidan revolution or insurrection or whatever, how you want to name it, happened, the guy who held office, that was Yanukovych, I think, he got more votes in the election in 2010 than both the first and second candidate combined in the election after Maidan. So the pro-Russian side had approximately 50% or a bit more in 2010, and these people have not disappeared; they have not vanished. So they are not very likely to be very very hot to go on the front line to fight Russia, you know. So the problematic of mobilization is going, I think, to increase ever more. And if they are going to lower the age, that will not help much, because these young people are not so many, because Ukraine had this drop of fertility 20, 30 years ago, and these are very, very small, how do you say in English? In these years, they had a very little contribution to the overall population size, so they cannot gain a lot of soldiers there. What I think is that the most relevant thing to see is not the change of territory, if it's 200 or 500 or 700 square kilometers. It's more you have to look at the situation in the way how the politicians react. You know, if they're getting panicky, then you know it's something is problematic. Even though they say we lost only 30,000 people in this complete war, like Zelensky, he's asking for all the time for more weapons and stuff, and they're getting panicky. Russia is more calm, but I also don't believe the Russian numbers. Every side has to lie. It's part of the game. But obviously they have not had the need for another mobilization yet. That's my point. Go on, Leo.
So first of all, Mr. Lambo, I did take note of what you said, that you think that Russia will take 800 square kilometers. Thank you for your assessment. Noted. I doubt that very much, because for it will have to be a huge surprise in the upcoming 10 days, but okay. Now, second part, aside from the fact that at least up till now in December, they have been much slower, also when it comes to numbers of dead, we can see that both sides, there is a service called Medusa, which they have checked, rechecked, 10 times checked, and people have concluded that their numbers pretty much add up, because they post from the obituaries, from where they find things. And no, of course, it's much lower number than it really is, but it shows the dynamic. You cannot say that it's this and that number, but you can see that when it was storming of Bakhmut, then it was huge rise, and then it slowed down. So you can see the ups and you can see the downs. And on average, you can pretty much figure it out that the number of casualties between Russian and Ukraine is somewhere between, so for one dead Ukrainian soldier, it's somewhere between 1 and 1.5 Russian, depending on the time of the conflict. It's somewhere there. And for now, you can clearly see that the numbers are dropping off. It's slowing down.
Found the figure.
I think real quick. I think a more realistic way to look at it would be you would have spikes in casualties on the Russian side, with a consistent casualty rate on the Ukrainian side. Because the Russians are always going to fix the Ukrainians and bomb them and then assault them.
And let's finish Leo first.
But we could see that Bakhmut, there was a huge spike, and it's nowhere near those numbers now. There was a huge spike in Russian casualties, and the same goes for Solidar, the storming of Solidar. And later on, it has been confirmed by people who were working, and that guy who outed the numbers later on committed suicide, unfortunately, a few days after that. But he published the official numbers, and just for this period, we could see a spike. So no, we cannot say exact numbers. We can see the dynamic, and for now, the dynamic of casualties on both sides is going down, and the number of land that changes hands is also slowing down substantially. So I wonder, when it comes to January, do you people think that it will pick up, or will it go down, or will it stay the same?
That's all nonsense.
I was first. Yeah, I was first.
Just real quick. I think the tempo will stay as fast as they can keep it until January 20th, based on the weather mostly. Because if it's frozen and they can move, they'll move. If somebody fucks up and they can assault a hold, or they wipe somebody out and there's an opening they can exploit, then they'll do it. But I figure they'll do whatever they got to do as much as they can do it until January 20th. Then they'll reassess.
Yeah, but I'm going to give you, Leo, some numbers of this year from deep state, so pro-Ukrainian numbers, what Ukraine lost in ground. So they are calculating, so the difference. So Ukraine lost is always minus this year. Last year could be maybe different. This year was January, minus 40. February, minus 117. March, minus 39. April, minus 131. May, minus 313. June, minus 108. July, minus 181. August, minus 363. September, minus 409. October, minus 490. November was minus 730. And December, numbers are from beginning of December, so the first week and a half, minus 220. That is the numbers that Ukraine lost this year only. So they lost in total minus 3,145 square kilometers in almost 1 year time. That is the reality from deep state maps. And deep states is not showing everything. And the last days, I think Wyatt can confirm it, they show nothing for the moment. The last days, they're showing
they didn't update
nothing.
for like 2-3 days. So that is very unusual. They haven't missed so many days.
Yes, it's
so
true.
I was
So the
wondering
other
if they are
numbers
stable.
that you're saying, like the casualties, are going to. You just need to take a logic. I don't read numbers from any side. I just looking what is happening, who is using what during the combats, and how many grounds is which party taking for another. So maybe less deaths because Ukrainians are leaving faster. They are not staying that long anymore in cities. That's why these numbers of last month and the month before were so big. Ukrainians are leaving the cities much faster, and Russia is capable to capture it easier. Very big difference, like you said, about Bakhmut. I think Bakhmut was disgusting on both sides. I can totally agree with that one. Then you need to watch at what is Ukrainians doing. Ukrainians are actually using small artillery. They are using drones, a little bit of planes, and a little bit of helicopters. What they still have is actually barely nothing. Russia, big artillery, fabbing the crap with Fab 250, Fab 500, Fab 1500, Fab 3000 bombs on the cities. And then people are going to say to me, and the planes, and all these cruise missiles are like multiplied. I'm just speaking about the front line. So I'm not going to speak about Kiev, just what's happening to because the FABs, artillery, military, overpower. Russia is going to lose a lot with the drones being attacked, and their tanks and their small vehicles. Same for Ukraine, is actually the same. The Ukrainians are outnumbered in artillery only by 1 to 10. 1 artillery for the Ukrainians and 10 for the Russians. How can you explain me that Russians have more casualties than Ukrainians? Only by that logic. Or the Russians are missing that bad, and they hitting nothing, but don't believe that. The FABs are very accurate. We saw this week a video about 3 FAB 500s hitting a bridge. All 3 on the bridge. All 3 of them of the bridge. So they are fucking... They are not missing their targets. So just about numbers, please never believe that. Just don't use them. You see the situation on the ground. I just need to see what's happening on the ground. You see who's losing and not losing. Numbers is for later. Voin of Nika.
Nika and then Voin.
Yeah, just as Mr. Lambo, I need to emphasize one thing. Just the delusional of... I'm not talking just personally to you, Leo, or even YouTubers who are doing this daily. The delusional of the 1 to 1.5. How you come up to that conclusion? It's not because someone is attacking, is losing manpower. When America attacked in Afghanistan, they didn't lose more manpower to Al-Qaeda or wherever. It has nothing to do with manpower. Is just when you have too much disadvantage. You can tell me who have more planes, who have more bombs, who attacking the other, who have more FAP, who is leaving who is deserting more, who is like suffering more in these conditions. And all of this, and you tell me the Russian have 1.5 for 1 Ukrainian? How to have like more HP or something? I don't understand. How can they more? Maybe they have more HP because you are telling me Russians have more FAP and they can destroy 1 building with 1 FAP. And the Ukrainians don't even have like enough drones to destroy a building, and somehow the Russians die more. I need to understand this fuckery. Prata, I think Prata or
Me. It's me. To Steelman Leo's argument and to push back a little bit on this argument that Russia has much more artillery, and Russia has much more artillery. Every side says that 5 to 10 times, depends on which time. But this also means that Russia can afford to fire indirect fire, theoretically. They could fire a lot more indirect fire, which does not have as much success, but it is a psychological weapon because you can be.
They have drones now. Sorry, Vojan, but
yeah,
they have drones. They can correct.
But they theoretically could do a lot more indirect fire. It's just for steelmanning Leo's argument to give him, an argument more. But I agree with you. Leo mentioned Willy OIM, and I have listened to Willy OIM a few times, especially when he had people that he interviewed. And these were some foreigners, mostly some Australian guys and Polish guy and people like these mercenaries in this foreign legion. And when they have been asked what they have been impressed by the Russian side, they are, I think every one of them said it was the artillery. The Russian artillery is so good. So I'd say that the Russians don't miss a lot, compared to the Ukrainians, at least not in the factor of 20 to 1, because they would need to miss not just 10 to 1. they would.
Well, if you remember, Boyan, like way back, it was probably first year when the Russians were supposedly pumping out like 50, 60,000 rounds a day. You know, we were kind of just guessing based on what we were hearing and, you know, some of the open source material. And I think we came up with, like, at that point in the war, based on the number of shells the Russians had fired, there was at least 47,000 just killed by artillery. So, I mean, and yeah, it was crazy. And I mean, it might have been like a year into the war, but it was a crazy amount. It was back, you know, when they were, you know, there was some stories like, oh, Russia's using 50 or 60,000 a day.
History Legend had this statistic that he dug up somewhere from earlier wars that was it 100 artillery shells produce one killed in action. Yeah. So if you go with these numbers, even without these guys earlier having the support of drones for targeting, even if you keep it this way, then this would mean that obviously the Ukrainians would have much more casualties. But the argument from the Ukrainian side is that the Russians are on the move, you know, they are attacking, so that they are not hiding in the trenches like the Ukrainians do. So the Ukrainians have much less casualties. But the argument is not really there, because if the Russians are moving forward, this means the Ukrainians are moving backwards. So they're on the move as well. So they can be targeted. They're just the same. So this is not really an argument.
Another thing too, real quick, another thing too, a lot of those mercenaries that went over there for early on that talked about the artillery, that was the reason why they immediately left, because they were like, yeah, I went to Afghanistan or Iraq, you know, I did 3 tours, but they never faced anything like an artillery barrage from the Russians, so they left. So, I mean, there's a lot of evidence to that.
Yeah, plus it's easier if you are a sitting duck in a trench to hit you like with 10 shells.
I would like if we don't go too much in this discussion anymore, because it's really,
we can. It's very
we can, but you know, it's just inventing numbers and then arguing who is more.
Reasons why Ukraine is losing more than Russia, and then people need to understand. And what I am saying also that you can add, and that's the reason why they're using less artillery now compared to these. It's not only because you're lacking shells, something like that. No, they started to use these FAP gliding systems where the Sukhoi 34s are launched them. They became very accurate, and these bombs are replacing a lot of artillery.
I would like to discuss this point.
Real quick, the more logical thing is, Lambo, is there's probably less targets and the artillery is more accurate, so they don't need to use as much regular artillery. If they use precision munitions, they're accurate. And realistically, there's just less targets.
They don't need precision munition because with an FA with a drone you can correct it. You can auto-correct the.
No, but Nika, just look at the end of Avdiivka. The last weeks of Avdiivka, they started to use these FABs, and they're using the drones also. Why? The drone is a targeting system. They are going to use the drone to find their targets, and they're going to give the coordinates to the higher ranks, and they're going to send off these planes fabbing. When they started to fab Avdiivka, it was game over for Ukraine directly. For Avdiivka, it was game over directly. We saw it collapsing very fast.
Yes.
Now
So what we can understand is that there will always be another scale, another technological development that will change the battlefields. And what we also understand and saw from the beginning is that the Russians always adapt, always bring new stuff to the ground, and always surprise the West, more or less. But my point here is that after listening to Leo, I understood what I've been noticing for a while now in the European media is a surge on the narratives on the beginning in 2022. The narratives go more or less, the Russians are losing more people, the Russians are not being able to produce weapons in the same amount as before, the Russians is on collapse, Putin is very sick, again, this is a recovery of all those stupidities in 2022. They are coming back exactly in the moment that we have the perspective that this war could come to an end, or at least to a point when both parties will be forced to negotiate, which is, it won't be easy or pretty for both sides, but they will, the idea. And we see the Europeans especially, but also from the American mainstream media, these narratives coming back, trying to convince the taxpayers that it is worth to go further, that the Russians are losing the war, the Russians are wasted, the Russians are coming down. Like Leo was saying, all these that brings us nothing. It doesn't bring us nothing. The Orashnik change everything. They're all in panic. We see Zelensky in panic. In his modus, the way he answered in Brussels after it was strange. It was more than strange. So whatever Leo says, something is not really going right. There is something wrong on here. And the second wrong is that when we see politicians reacting this way, hysterically, how can I say, like they making no sense, there is something wrong. And we should look at that. Because what we see in the battlefield is one thing, of course, and like every of you guys almost more or less agree, it's very difficult to bring to numbers, to contabilize, to really make sense of it. But we see results, and these results bring us to something else. And then we see the politicians, and when we see politicians reacting in a very hysterical way, something is changing, something that we don't see. When some of you guys were saying, "Oh, Deep State doesn't publish the results for 3 days." It's part of all this political movement that we have been seeing in the last days, and it will get worse as we get into next week. It will get worse as we get into the New Year's Eve. It will get worse as we get into the first week of January. It will get worse as we approach to January the 20th. And this is what you guys have to pay attention to. The political developments at this moment in most European capitals and in the US, controlled by Biden still administration, is that something is getting very wrong.
Another thing too that you might want to pay attention to, there are people out there that are supposedly they claim to be affiliates of the Trump campaign or the Trump, world. And they're saying that, the fact that Putin is, willing to just talk to Trump or listen to any offers or negotiate with peace, that it's a sign of weakness, and that Trump is going to, basically give Putin an ultimatum and Putin's going to heel to Trump. It's like, so you still, even though Trump's coming in and there's a chance there could be some kind of deal or whatever, you've got to make sure you understand that there are some idiots mixed in there still that might actually have some input, and they're totally misreading the situation. And, the fact that Putin's willing to entertain an offer or at least listen to Trump, it's like, well, instead of saying that's better than what we've had for the last 2.5 years, they're like, oh, well, that means he's weak. Like you said, oh, he's sick, or, they're desperate because of what's going on in Kursk. It's like everything they said was a complete misread of the actual situation on the ground, the political reality, what's actually going on in Ukraine politically. So that there is some idiots like that mixed in with the Trump people. So you got to kind of keep an eye on that.
Well, the confusion is total, and that's also why I bring too. And also when I reacted very badly to what Leo said, because it's like this reproduction. We are not coming here to reproduce bullshits. We come here all to try to bring a bit more sense of reality. And when someone comes here and try to provoke us all into the miserable discussion about numbers and so on, and about questioning reality that we see in the terrain for the constructed reality of the mediums of the media, Western media, it's a waste of time. So, Bigari, please.
What the fuck happened to Bigari?
I think it's Boyan's turn, and then it's Leo.
Bigari, your mic is not working. Check your settings.
Who are you,
yeah,
Bigari?
Bigari looks super weird without beard. Like he looks odd.
Don't hear
Super
you.
odd.
Shit, I didn't know that was
Bigari and-
Bagari because the light was on. I thought it was somebody new. Sorry.
It's
Anyway,
the
Bigari,
same,
there's
I
no
swear.
sound. Your mic,
I'm
there's
not
no
hearing
sound.
you, Bigari.
Bigari, your mic have no sound.
Nope.
Well, Bagari had his finger up too, so it's either Bagari or Voyan. It's spelled Bagari, Voyan, and then
Sound now or
Leo.
no? Do I have
Oh,
sound?
you're back. You're back. We can hear now. We can hear now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God,
I
it
find
really
it
is
funny how
Bigari. I
gets
thought
worked up about comments by Leo. Like, Sweden is just a big brother of fucking Baltic states. Same Russophobes, slightly more relevant country, but like they're just stirring up shit. Like, I don't know why you're getting so worked up. Like Sweden is irrelevant. Like, anyway, I find this whole conversation is so fucking funny. Like, let's talk about some real shit. Like,
Yeah.
I
Freaking
feel you
black
kind of
hole.
low,
Here we are.
Bigari.
We're
Like,
inside this stupid black hole for so long, man.
let's talk about what Trump saying like recently. He was saying that Canada should be 51st state. Now he's saying that we will take back Panama Canal. Like, this is more fucking interesting than
I will
like
say
talking
this
about
as an American, we do not want Canada as a 51st state. We would prefer to take Australia as the 51st state.
You
And
don't want Australia. It's fucking retard
Well,
country.
so
But
no,
anyway.
we want it because they got
Somebody
gold.
could
We got gold. They got golden opals and kangaroos, so it's way more
Don't have that
valuable.
movie in your state.
Hey,
No.
anyway, shut up,
Okay.
fucking Lambo. This is
Shut up,
America. And as far as the Panama Canal
is,
goes,
like,
I'm down for America getting it back all the way to the point of going to war to get it back. That needs to be back. We paid for the slaves that built that motherfucker. That's our shit, and I want it back.
Vaughn, look at my
what's funny?
picture. Look at my picture. You need to build new ships that can aim. And not on
I'd
their own
rather
planes.
spend money taking the Panama Canal back than wasting money in Ukraine or in fucking Taiwan or fucking some other shithole.
What's funny?
You know,
No, what's funny is
totally
the rhetoric by Trump. Like, you don't hear it. Like, this honesty, like realist honesty. Like, we are big boys and we will take the shit that we want. Like, people like for the last like how many fucking decades we were playing the games like, oh, we are all friends with each other, blah blah blah. And Trump is like coming like, no, you motherfuckers are fucking us on tariffs, and we will just take back what we want. Like, it's so fucking
super low,
funny
Bigari.
and refreshing to see like the realist politic. Like, maybe he doesn't even understand that because he's like, we are America first, the biggest country in the world. We can do what we want. Like, everyone understands that about America, but no one wants to say it out loud. So everyone is like, oh, we will play nice. And now Trump is like, hey, motherfucker, you want to charge tariffs on ships passing through canal? We will take fucking canal and you will go fuck yourself. Like,
No, but
this
what Trump
is
said
like
true.
big change in rhetoric in the modern politics, like with Trump.
Because
coming
what
back.
Trump said is true. Because the countries, a lot of the world countries in the world do no longer respect United States. They don't give a damn about United States, what they say, what their interests are. So it's like, which is why Trump want to put this thing back in order. He's basically saying that if you don't follow, then we punish you. Like,
yeah, but
he have a point on it.
Can you imagine that rhetoric with coming with from Democrats or from Biden or someone else? Like, Trump is like fucking shooting from the hip, like a cowboy from the fucking Wild West. Like, you don't respect us, you are dead. Fuck you, pom pom.
You know the difference between
very sexy.
Trump and the Democrats is that
it's easier to maneuver around him, because we know what he wants.
Democrats were saying that shit, but about Russia and China, and Trump is like that with Russia and China, but fighting against people that he can actually win. Like, we can do whatever we want with Canada, with Panama, but we're gonna leave Russia alone, and we're gonna have good relations with China. Go on, whoever.
So Toby's here to offer his second to surrendering Australia to America.
We have been waiting for ages. Canada can fuck off. They can get in line. And Bagari, like, what is even your national animal? You have no good animals in Ukraine, all right?
Yeah, and you're a country of convicts. You're a country of convicts.
white slaves.
The wild hog
right?
is the
You are the
national
most
animal.
irrelevant shit. Ukraine is more relevant than Canada than Australia. So shut
What
the
is
fuck up.
your national animal? Is it like the rat? I mean, fuck. Listen, this is why
Hamster.
nobody
Got a
cares.
koala in
Hamster,
Australia.
You are bold
You
fucking
have-
retard. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Well, just to be fair,
I'm a
Anyway,
koala.
the point is,
the
right,
national animal of Australia
We
has
deserve
the
it,
smallest
right?
brain in the mammal kingdom.
I'm a koala. I'm a koala.
Tasmania is like, that's a questionable entity anyway. It's like largely fictional. But there's no reason why Australia couldn't be the 51st state. Like, in my view, we have earned that shit, right? We are a perfect
Great sovereign country. We want to be the 51st state of the other country. We are so.
What sovereign country?
Can I suck your dick?
Our head of state is the British king,
Australia.
for God's sake.
Mr.
Yeah,
Trump.
listen.
Yeah, but Big Harry,
push
you
more,
want to
push
suck
more.
dick of NATO, Europe.
Yeah, but that's not my saying. He's saying that. He wants to be that. I don't want to be that. I
Yes.
want to be sovereign country, and he wants to be the 51st state.
Listen,
he's a
yeah,
sucker.
because listen,
Professional.
America has a Bill of Rights. We don't have that shit. They have freedom of speech. We don't have that shit. They've got nuclear subs. Well, we might have that shit if they give us some, right? Listen, it's a match made in heaven. We like Americans. Americans generally like
Professional
us. They don't know us very well. But listen, it's a good thing. They
Put
own us
another
in the
shrimp
mining
on the
industry anyway.
barbie.
There you go. See?
Oh my God.
Well, to be
Guys,
fair,
guys.
the Australians,
I'm
like
dying.
Americans, and Americans hardly know if Australia exists. Some Americans know that Australia exists. Most of them are like,
They mix it with the other Australia, you know, the guy with the mustache.
Austria. Yeah, Austria.
Isn't
they don't know
Australia
if
next to
Australia-
Germany?
yeah, they think Australia is next to Germany.
Yeah.
Oh, the flag is white and red.
None of you have
Guys,
good.
I had a finger up at Leo as well for some time already. I apologize, but I would like to go a bit back to Ukraine, a bit more. We touched the point of the fabs and how destructive they are and stuff. But there is this rumor, or I don't know if it's established, that there are a lot less fab use in the last weeks.
Ask soldiers on the front line.
Yeah, but
How
the
many
question
fabs they are getting.
the question is also
there is
also
less videos, but
yeah,
not less.
I agree.
fabs.
I agree. We don't know. That's why I say we don't know. But the question is, Kurakhove and some other towns that have been taken are said that they are much less destroyed than other towns which have been taken this year. For
Because
instance,
people are leaving position without a fight.
Yeah,
That's
they're
why
running
they don't.
to pass away.
Yeah,
They don't have time
but
to
maybe it has also something to do with the approach, with the Russian approach, because Avdiivka was clearly a success of the FAB, but Vovchansk was destroyed almost completely, no house standing, and the Russians can't move easily forward because they themselves have nowhere to hide.
Do they
So
want to move forward in Vovchansk? They just want to
maybe
tie Ukrainian forces there. Like
Maybe,
they don't want to build more
this
houses.
is like fucking irrelevant.
They just tired of
Vovchansk is completely irrelevant front. They just destroyed the city. Ukrainian like retards want to come back and recover it. So they just get
They
killed
destroy some more.
Like Kurakhove, yeah. Why destroy it when the Ukrainians are just giving like?
I think too in that city. I think in that city also, the Russians control like the high-rise, heavy buildings there. So they're overlooking the dead space anyway. So like he said, if they want to come back, it's like a shoot all the way in. So
I just want to like.
I mean, I don't know why they would leave or go forward. They could just hang
don't
out.
fucking compare one city and city fight to another because it's all completely different objectives. Like if you compare like why did they do this there and not there, like this is like the logic of a fucking 5-year-old. Because
I think Russians are smart because they don't want to rebuild more houses, so they kill the Ukrainian in the trenches. Like this, it will be like a good fertilizer and stuff. But the houses, they need them to accept more Ukrainian to get in. So it will be like the Ukrainians are leaving the battlefield anyway. So why would they will destroy whole cities?
But
It's like
which videos did we saw last week or 2 weeks ago? It was the Pokrovsk that was like completely only the structure of the building standing up, and that's fab work.
That's
fab
not economic.
Work.
That's not
the
economic.
last video we saw about the Fab 3000, it just blew all the walls away of one fucking city block. One bomb did whoosh.
But maybe
you can restart to build your walls.
But there's something else for seriously now. But there's something else.
Are you serious?
I mean, I was just messing now. But there's something else. But maybe there's because a lot of people they're saying there is another offensive on the what's the area? I forgot the name. Kherson.
Talking about Kherson.
Kherson, yeah. Maybe that's one reason. So they say they are
if
saving
you want,
those.
we could talk about that real quick. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that kind of popped up about it, but it's all speculation.
I just yeah, but maybe they are saving those ammunition for that offensive. And personally, I think it's still too soon to attack Kherson. I don't think the Russians are tired enough, the military, the Ukrainian military enough to attack Kherson. But who knows?
Well, they've been talking about, like I think Wyatt said something the other day, like there was a Lancet attack, and it was one of the first Lancet attacks that has been reported. But then I saw some other stuff that in the Kherson area, they've been using a lot of Lancet and a lot of different versions of the Lancet, like some with AI targeting and stuff, and a bunch of other drone systems. And they've really been going after the Ukrainian reinforcements and supplies and logistics in that area, I guess, in positions and artillery. So there's a lot of people speculating that maybe they're prepping that area for some kind of river crossing down the road, because it's an area where it's, I guess, pretty narrow, and I guess it would freeze up pretty decently enough to walk across, or maybe get some trucks or BMPs across, I guess. I don't know. But I mean, that's one thing that's floating around out there, with that, they've been specifically targeted that area. It's been getting hit pretty hard with drones. I think they even said some cruise missiles, ballistic missiles went into the area. So, it could just be them prepping an area so they think something's going to happen, just to draw more people in so they can target them moving in, or they might be waiting to see if, they kill enough people off or enough people leave the area that they can make a crossing and try something. I mean, all they got to do is cross and set up, and then, the Ukrainians are going to come to them, and then they can either stand and fight or drop back and hit them with artillery and fabs and all the other shit. So, I mean, that's just floating around out there. I don't know if anything's going to happen. I would figure if it did, it would have to be when it's a lot colder and things froze up more, because I know that's farther south, so I don't really know how the weather goes out there, but I would think maybe January or something when it was cold as fuck, maybe that's when they would try something, but I don't know. But that's just something I'd heard. It's kind of floating around, but I don't know how true it is.
Really quick, I wanted to ask Bagari something, I'll probably regret inviting him to talk, but the thing is, he mentioned earlier about like 150,000 people leaving. I thought that was really interesting. It was probably the only interesting thing he said, but like, is that because of the strikes to the infrastructure? Like, was that sanctioned? That sounds like the Ukrainian government must have allowed that to happen. And is that in response to like damage to the power grid? And has there been noticeable damage to the power in your experience?
No, I don't have like power problems at all. Like since the last strikes, like maybe like 2 hours a day. Sometimes like one day a week you have power outage for like 2 hours a day. So no problems with power at all. The problem with this is like the coming lowering of mobilization age. So moms trying to get the kids out of the country before they turn 18. Like, so the future of Ukraine is leaving to Europe. That's all. Like, and to the point that Wayne made, like, here there was a sharing of Kherson, blah blah blah. The real offensive that is going on, and it's underreported right now, it's not by Russians, but it's by Ukrainians near Kamensk in Zaporizhia, in direction of Energodar. they like even Crimea Caprice geolocated advances there, and from what Russians were saying, like there was like 6-hour like artillery preparation from Ukraine yesterday, and they started to move in the direction of like Zaporizhia like nuclear power plant. So the things are heating up there. Like we'll see how it goes, but I don't know. Probably not really well, because the lines are static there, and moving there it's not really, but not really feasible. But there was some movement in the Kamensk. But to the point what Toby made, like it's not related to like energy will be fucked. Yeah, of course. If one or two more strikes, the whole country goes back to the 17th century. But we are already living in the 17th century, because Zelensky is the biggest slave owner in the world. He is selling the like new part of slaves from 18 to 25 for the new weapon package. Like what he was saying, like we will lower the age if you give us more weapons. Like, so he's like trading people for money, for weapons. Like he's a slave owner, like the good British boy.
Well, the other thing too, just real quick on Kherson, the only other reason I brought it up was there was also reports of like Russian DRGs operating on the opposite bank, like using, calling in artillery strikes and stuff. And then there was also rumors of some troop amassment, but like I said, it could just be.
Well, maybe that's what Bagari's talking about. Maybe that artillery strike wasn't preparation for an offensive, but it was on troop concentrations for what he's talking about, like a movement on the power plant. That makes more sense to me.
Kherson, like there was a lot of shelling on Kherson, but all this DRG on the other side of the river it's a complete nonsense, because like it's just to like stir up shit, to sow panic.
But the shelling,
you don't even know who initiated those rumors. Like,
but the shelling is on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just saying what I'm hearing, but the only thing I know is there was the shelling and the drone attack. So, and then people are just speculating.
The only shit you can trust is like complete like the shelling reports, visual confirmation of shelling reports, and geolocations on the ground. If you don't see that shit, you need to take the information with like pinch of salt.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They were showing like a bunch of geolocated artillery strikes and drone strikes, but then people are just assuming, oh, they must be prepping that area. And then there's, like I said, I don't know where they got the rumors about troops or stuff moving across, because why would you send a DRG across the river when a drone could fly over there and call artillery in? So, I mean, I'm just saying it's just random stuff, but people are just extrapolating that because there's a focus on a particular area for a day or a couple days, that means that there's going to be some kind of assault or attack there is all.
I had one other question. It's about Zelensky, right? Like, so I read reports that, I'm yelling because there's rain here, but I read reports that there's some talk about replacing Zelensky, partly because Russia has said he's not legitimate. So Russia wants to deal with the Rada, because they're saying that Zelensky has no legal power to negotiate. I've also read reports that the NATO guys and some people in Ukraine want Zelensky back in charge. They want to lose Zelensky, they want to lose Zelensky, Zelensky, the army guy who's in the UK at the moment. So have you heard anything about that, Bagari? Is there any talk about like Zelensky going and maybe being replaced?
There is no talk about that, but like the grooming of Zelensky is a real thing. It's like the Britain. They are preparing the backup plan, like as always. Like he's fucking really unpopular in Ukraine, by the way, Zelensky, because he is like, yes, because he ran away. Like he is positioning himself as a like soldier, blah blah blah, but he just ran away and telling people like. I don't know if you heard his quotes from like meetings from soldiers in UK that were preparing like, you need to understand that you will die, but you will die for the Europe and the greater good. He was telling that to the like soldiers that are getting preparations in the UK, like you will die, like it's like he's retarded. Like he's not a politician. Like even fucking M6 cannot groom that fucking piece of retard into the good politician, because he's really dumb. Like so.
Well, who is viable? Who is viable to replace Zelensky in your view?
There is no choice. You understand? There is no choice. The country has no choice.
The spin doctor.
Everyone is fucking
Arestovich? I don't think so.
No, he's so fucking retarded that he's a clown. Like,
I think I think Poroshenko and Zaluzhny are the ones that we're eyeing, but I think that we're discovering that
maybe Boris Johnson can come back.
Yeah, Boris. Well, Zelensky introduced the law that Ukrainians can have multiple passports. Like you can be citizen of other countries in Ukraine. So maybe Boris can inquire the passport of Ukraine and be a new president. Who knows?
He's got great hair, you know.
Yeah,
if only Saakashvili waited for that law.
It sounds bleak, man. It sounds
there is no good choice. Like what I said it like a couple of weeks ago. Like the public trust is over. Like in Ukraine, there is no good politicians. Like I don't know how many years you need to groom the new generation of politicians that can be at least trusted. Because
hey, and what do you think would happen if they made a referendum to join Russia?
No. You need to understand that the retardation of people here is.
What are you talking about? Like the Rada doing that?
Like, for example, my work chat, my colleagues at work, like they are retarded. Like I don't even like when I see some messages like in off-top chats, like not work-related chats, but like general chats. I restrain myself from typing. Because so SBU doesn't come from me, like because if I say or I don't get fired, like because if I reply I will get fired immediately, because people are so fucking retarded. They type like oh, we need to bomb Putin, Moscow, Kremlin with rockets. Like you retard, the type that shit. You can join the army, but you are sitting and hiding and typing that shit. But you are such a great warrior that you are typing that. And the most popular topic that they discuss is always language, Ukrainian language. Like you fucking motherfuckers. Like look at the most advanced countries in the world, like Switzerland. Like they have 4 official languages in Switzerland. Yeah, I don't know how do they survive with 4 languages in the one country.
5 really, because everyone there speaks English as well.
Yeah, and English, not official but unofficial. Yeah. 5 languages. Like, but in Russian is like we will de-Russify everything, like, and they create all the fucking shit. Like I think that fucking humanitarian retards that like study languages in the universities and all that shit. They need to create the purpose of the life, so they create all these dramas. Like they need to show that they are worthy to the society. So we create new language rules. Like when I
but Bigari, I think that's a strong part. Real short. I think that's a strong part. Like
hush, Lambo, hush now.
Propaganda. And how long would it take under another propaganda regime to change that idea?
You need to understand that when I was young, like maybe 7 years old, like in not 7, like maybe in like 5th grade. So I was like in 2002 or something like that. Yeah, in Western Ukraine, the Russophobia propaganda was already in full swing. Like we were told, like by our teachers in school, Russophobia, how great the Ukrainian history was, how great Cossacks was, like they were doing some magical shit and all that stuff. Like, so it was not. You need to understand that it's not like 5 years shit. It's not like from 2014 that it all happened. It's project that is coming from 40 years, maybe even more, because it was from even Soviet times in the Western Ukraine. It was the same. The Russophobia grew from in Soviet times. But so, and right now, like you need like every politician, even like so-called opposition in the Rada that is opposing Zelensky, they are voting in favor of every shit that he is proposing in Rada. So they are in cahoots. They want to keep everyone in current Ukrainian political spectrum is like deep down with political grab. They don't want to lose it. Like, why would they lose it when they just indefinitely prolong the war and stay in power and make more money
and make bank?
You don't understand how much money they fucking make. Like, you need to track the crypto wallets in the Dubai to understand how much money they make.
Yeah, I heard that even like lower level Azov guys, like people that were
they all got the like apartments in
high end apartments in
for 500,000 USD apartment each, like all Azov brigade commanders. So
they don't want to. Why would they want to lose that?
They got bought off by Zelensky.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. You know that lady Irina, the politician Irina. Do you know the one? She's ambassador to Switzerland now. She was like the anti-corruption minister very early on, and then Zelensky pushed her out to be ambassador to Switzerland. The Senator Irina. Yeah, she's been in Switzerland for the last couple of years, and like, what do you think she's doing there? You know,
I think you talked to a delicate subject, Toby.
Yeah,
we lost him.
That lady is washing the money carefully. You know, that's what's going on there.
I'm going to do the same like you guys. I just not going to put my finger anymore. So
okay, well,
fuck you guys.
Pull your finger out of your ass and talk then.
Yeah, Bradley, you're next.
Go ahead, Mr. Lambo. Go ahead.
No, I'm just questioning, and there was a remark that Toby also said, because I know a lot of Ukrainian people. I know how they left the country. I know suddenly in one day, 150,000 people are able to leave. When they do, I think they went more to Russia than the direction of Europe, because for the stories I'm hearing, even if they need to pay money to Poland, they needed to pay money, a lot of money, and it was categorized. You're a woman, you pay that much. You're your kid, you pay that much. You're invalid, you pay nothing. You're old, you pay nothing, or almost nothing. And now suddenly we are hearing these numbers about 150.
Do you think the Ukrainians are already shutting the border down, looking for the 21-year-olds, even though they haven't officially passed it yet?
Normally, all men were not allowed anymore.
You know, well, no, but you know what I'm saying. Like, if you're a kid under the age of draft, you might be able to go somewhere like Poland or something.
No.
You know,
but if you're close, maybe.
No. But what I'm saying is, do you think they're starting to look for that now? Like, even though it's not official yet, they're already going to look to shut down
prohibition to depart, to leave from Ukraine,
Yeah.
has been for a while from 16.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying, you know, somebody was saying there might be a flux of people trying to get their kids out because the age is getting ready to drop again. So
yeah. But there's like a big time like that.
What is it, 16 to 60?
They mind the border.
Yeah, 16 to 60.
Yeah, 16 to 60.
I think
it seems like a lot of people.
I think,
Nika.
I think if you are a smart Ukrainian guy, you will go directly to Russia, because in the West they can betray you and send you back to Ukraine anyway. And in Russia, even economically, it's getting better, and maybe it will get better than Europe in the future. So even you have the language, you have the ethnic ties, you know the culture. So if I were a Ukrainian of age and don't want to go to the war and lose a limb for a stupid guy who want to get rich, I will go to Russia and live my life peaceful. And this is the smartest way.
Well, there is this
Wyatt.
Hush
So,
version.
Wyatt.
Before you all continue, I just want to announce that the DPA Open Mic Speaker of the Year 2024 nomination is now open. So you can actually nominate the people.
Vote for me.
In the community post on the DPA Open Mic YouTube channel, in the community tab, you can look for the post, or on the DPA Telegram comments. I will also track the numbers of nomination there. Top nominated will be go into the final vote, and the winner will be the Speaker of the Year. As usual, the last year's winner is actually won, so no, he's the first
This
ever
year
winner.
going to be Mr. Lambo.
So no, see who will unseat the king of DPA Open Mic. Yeah.
Can we do it? Can we do it like in a pit fight? Can we do it in a pit fight?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Is
so
Lambo
anyway,
allowed to run?
Anyone
thought he was
can be nominated. I already saw Von and Bigari being named in the Telegram's post already. So there's already a Bigari nomination.
Just put his name on his own name.
I need to nominate myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can nominate yourself as well, you know.
Yeah.
But the highest nominated.
Yeah,
will go
nominate.
to a final
Everybody
vote.
got to nominate.
Yeah, but it depends on where I do how I do the nomination, like the voting. Because if let's say I can do on Google form, then the numbers can be a lot. If I do it the usual ones, like only on Twitter and Telegram, then maybe it's like 4 or 5 candidates. So it'd be a bit more narrow. So anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I'm wondering if there's any way to rig that election.
Rig. You can nominate the person a lot of times and see
Where
whether
did you put the link
I did share just now, right? So I should.
What if I share my candidate on Twitter? Would that rig the election? Or on TikTok?
You can promote. You can definitely promote and ask your friends and family to help to vote.
Just make sure just do your own research. Do your own research on who's backing some of these candidates out there.
Yeah, that's right.
It's some of the usual suspects. Let's just say that.
That's right. We make sure that you know who's endorsing who. Endorsing your candidate. Also,
sorry
go ahead.
Sorry for the interruption, though. Yeah, I just need to announce before, I cannot announce
heard
a lot of people will leave.
I've heard that the ADL is strongly suggesting that we do not elect Von because Von has some serious problems with the ADL.
Oh yeah, well I heard that Gabriel was doing Russian collusion, so
listen? Gabriel, Vaughan is still, as we are speaking, he is still the Speaker of the Year. Okay, so can we respect the rank a little bit and hush with the?
I'm pretty sure he stole the election. I don't know if he's a legitimate Speaker of the Year.
See, this is the thing. It's like we're already dropping the tone of this fine chat. And Lambo, you shouldn't even be running, right?
Oh, are you afraid about competition, Toby? Are you afraid of me? Are you afraid of me? Yes, you're scared. You're scared.
It's not the votes that count, it's who counts the votes,
That's right.
Don't worry, I'm counting the votes. It was going to be fair.
No, listen, I'm not talking about you, Lambo. You're a fine gentleman, right? And we all respect you. But what I'm saying is, how is it going to be for DPA if a Belgian wins? I mean,
MTGA, make titties great again. That's my thing for 2025.
Come on. The fake French. The fake French.
Oh, fuck you. Fake French,
but
1% Belgium.
But no, we don't want NATO. We don't want NATO in charge of DPA Open Mic.
Don't forget the beer. Vote for the beer. The beer.
You're trying to buy my vote, Mr. Lambo.
Difficult.
You're trying to bribe me. You think I'm that cheap?
Make beer great again. Oh yeah, good duvel.
Make beer not NATO, okay? Get rid of
No,
NATO, and then we can talk about beer.
I'm not endorsing this behavior, but sometimes a delicious taco supreme is all you need to get the vote.
Actually,
What
I
are we
feel like
talking about?
Your farts.
He wants to invade Mexico now. See, these gringos are crazy, man. We have to overthrow this
Vote them
tyrannical
out.
regime
Panama.
of the gringo.
We have to vote them out.
So
Yeah.
I just want for some lore, some context. Last year's the top 5 most nominated speakers were Archimedes, Mehdi, Prata, Von, and Wakar. So and
Where's
then in the
Mehdi?
end,
Where are they now?
Yeah, maybe-
Where are they
maybe-
now? We don't see
Mehdi
them.
is
I haven't
missing
talked to
in
Mehdi in a
action.
while, but I know he's still around. And Wakar, I mean, he drops something every now and then. Probably like once a month, you'll see a little article from Wiki Talks.
yeah,
but-
Wakar is busy with the TV station, I think. So yeah,
I
Archimedes
can
is
Archimedes.
Archimedes is
Tennis.
conducting
I
some
see my
mutiny
top-
inside
my
the
top
lounge.
8
And
here.
stuff.
And Archimedes had a baby, so he's busy sometimes.
Yeah, what an excuse.
He had a baby.
Archimedes is psychologically shattered at the moment because he discovered, Gabriel explained to him that Nietzsche is actually like a good Christian. And so that's the end of Archimedes for a little while, I think. And after he found out that Ernst Röhm was gay and a Nazi, it's like he's totally conflicted inside. So poor Archimedes, that's what I say. Poor fella.
So Mehdi,
What are we
Mehdi is
talking
still
about?
hanging around
Come on,
on
guys.
Twitter, I guess.
That's
And then
right.
Prata
Yeah,
and Von, of course, is still
he-
active.
he
But I
lurks.
think this year, I think Bigari will give them a good fight. That's the feeling I get. No, I think Bigari is very
Yeah.
popular.
Well, he's got some
See?
Big Ari,
charisma.
fingers up. Go.
Bigari go.
Yeah, you're talking a lot of shit. Let's talk about serious issues. Serious issues.
Please, come on.
See, like a serious leader.
Okay.
Mm,
Uh,
it's inspiring
let's talk
stuff.
about radicalization and Islamism that will come out of Syria in the coming years.
Ah, oof. No, it's going to be wonderful. Like it's going to be
Yeah,
peaceful. Everyone's going to get
It will
along.
be really
There'll be
wonderful.
warm puppies and good
Let's
things.
talk about who is fighting in Syria. A lot of radical Islamists from Central Asia, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Uyghurs.
Even Uyghurs. Yeah.
Uyghur. Yeah, Xinjiang.
Everything with Stan behind. Very easy.
What are they getting right now? Combat experience. Syria is right now a democratic country, yeah. So they can live for free back to their own countries. What is happening in the Central Asia right now is like you need to understand that it was Soviet countries back in the day, yeah. But it's
Soviet Republic.
it's 30 plus years since Soviet Union collapsed. So Soviet elites that were holding back ties to Russia, for example, are dying out. And if you talk to people on the ground and you will understand the situation in those countries, you come to the conclusion that the radicalization of like Islamism in those countries are growing by the hour. So these people will come back. The anti-Russian sentiment is growing. Anti-Chinese sentiment is also growing because Chinese are getting popular in these countries through the economic means. And those people want to be the part of the great pan-Turkic world. They want to have Islamic republics, blah, blah, blah. So it will be very, very interesting to look at the Central Asia, all the stance in the next 1.5 years, because radicalization is coming like rapidly, and the like young population especially is getting radicalized. Like so, like the collapse in Syria is like we can clown the Syrian army and blah blah blah. The situation in the Middle East is unstable. We can clown how the CNN treats that like when Russia invades Ukraine, it's like invasion. When Israel invades Syria, it's like reclaiming old lands. Actual headlines, by the way,
Buffer zone
by BBC, CNN, and all those fuckers. But the impact will of this collapse and radicalization, Islamization, like will not only impact the Middle East; it will impact Central Asia too.
Hey, Bagari, with that being said, do you think that kind of situation would force Russia to stay in Syria and Libya so that they could try to, mitigate?
Russians don't care.
Well, I mean, like try to kill off as many of these guys as possible before they go back home, and then maybe even draw China in, or China's got places in Africa to where they would, maybe go after the Uyghurs.
Russians only care about military bases. Like they
well,
will work.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if they stayed in Syria at those bases, do you think they would go
they will
after?
not fight. They will just do what they did with Taliban. Like Taliban was terrorist. Now in Russia, they they removed the terrorist label and they legitimate government. So they will do the same with Syria as long as it's like in line with national interest. National interest is keeping bases. So they will work with whatever government there is, as long as they respect the Russian interest on the ground. And so if the deal is reached, it doesn't matter. Like they don't care. Like they were fighting like.
Well, I mean, what about the guys you're talking about going to Syria, getting the combat experience, and going back?
Let me address this point.
What combat experience?
They were fighting ISIS.
They faced no resistance.
They were fighting
They faced
ISIS.
no resistance. So what combat experience? They're just learning how to fool around and make TikTok videos.
Okay.
So maybe Assad did a
that's an interesting perspective.
I think you guys maybe missed the point. Bagari, if I can take up, I think Bagari makes a good point here about Central Asia, right? Like Turkey is expanding its influence, and Central Asia is influenced by Turkey. This is a fact, right? So we've got the Saudis basically allied with Israel just now. Like nobody's really talking about it, but that's what's happening. I think Bagari makes a good point. You've got Turkey rising as a major power. Erdogan's actually saying this openly. Turkey could very definitely destabilize Central Asia. And that's a big problem for like everybody in Central Asia. Central Asia is not that stable anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I think Bagari's making a good point here. But I think it's too early to tell really what's going to happen. It kind of depends what happens with Iran. It's like, is America going to go to war with Iran? That's the big thing, right?
Toby, look. Let's uncover it deeper. Turkey has a big like Turkoman world plan. Like, if you look at the map from like 1450, 1460, at Turkoman population. It was all Kazakhstan, all stans from Turkey through the Timurid lands. It was Turkoman world. What Turkey wants is that, and plus maybe from like Syria, like old Ottoman lands. That's what they want. Like what Gabriel said about Russia, like why would they do it? Like they were interested in fighting ISIS because ISIS has a big influence in Chechen lands. Like because the cells of ISIS fighters in Chechen, Islamic radicalists, are big there. So
well, even ISIS-K did the Crocus City.
My only question was would this threat, would this situation be enough reason for Russia to keep a footprint in Syria and Libya so that they could attack these guys and fight these guys instead of fighting them back home? I mean, I know they'll have to fight them back home, but I'm just saying, is that enough of a reason for them to stay
will
there?
leave the footprint
I
not
don't think
for
it's
that
up to
reason.
them.
That's all. I'm just curious.
They will leave the footprint just for logistical and geopolitical reasons, because like
They need to get
the
to
base in
Africa.
Syria is a good like jump to African bases, and Russia is more interested in African dealings right now than in Syria. Syria is just a logistic base. Like all other shit was just a bonus. Like they will deal like with terrorist governments that came in Syria to power, like soon. Like what did CIA did, like, and United States, they dropped the 10 million bond bounty on Jelani just yesterday, or like
Yeah,
A couple days ago.
Yeah, so he's not a terrorist.
Yeah, they rescinded it or some shit.
Yeah, so like Russia will do the same. They will come to the conclusion. They will work out the deal. Like, and the most interesting part, I think, that is Erdogan himself, I think, wants Russia to stay in Syria, because Erdogan is like, he's playing a really dangerous game right now, because he's
It gives him
playing
leverage
United
against the
States.
Americans.
He's playing against the United States, so he needs Russia there.
Yep.
Because like you need to understand that Erdogan's main enemy is Kurds that are supported by the United States. So if he goes against Kurds, so he goes against the United States, and Lindsey Graham, our favorite politician, already that we need to kill Turks and sanction Turkey. Like,
I kind of feel like in some ways too,
people on both sides are already preparing the conflict, and like it's conflict. Like you need to understand that it's conflict from the countries that are both parts are in NATO, by the way, Turkey and United States.
I kind of feel like too, like with what happened.
Not a small part of this equation. Like, so the Turkey is like, Erdogan is playing such a fucking convoluted game that I don't know if he will manage to like whistle himself out of it. So he needs Russia as a counterbalance in Syria. So he's not like.
I mean, I kind of feel like Russia got the best part of the deal too, because you know, Assad's gone, the government's gone. They don't have to fly missions anymore, support the government, and they can stay in Syria if they figure out who they got to pay, you know, rent to, basically. And then, like you said, keep it as a, you know, basically a logistics hub between Russia and Africa. I mean, you keep a skeleton crew there. You don't, you know, all you got to do is keep it safe and, you know, pay the local warlord, and you're probably fine. So, I mean, in a way, they basically unloaded a lot of problems. I guess the only problem that would be hanging out there is, like he said, the foreign fighters that might come and go back and forth to the old Russian republics. But, I mean, it seems like Russia got a good deal because, you know, Turkey wants to keep them there because it's leveraged. The locals probably want to keep them there because it's always the last out for something, I'm sure. So they can just figure out who to pay, and they can fly their planes in and out, and they don't really have any commitment to the locals or anybody else. It's just an airport.
Yo, let Nika go. He's been trying to speak for like 5 minutes.
I even forget some things I want to say, but
what do you think is more convenient for Erdogan? What do you guys think is more convenient for Erdogan? To have
Nika's been waiting forever. He's gonna.
He's still trying to talk. Hold up, let Nika speak.
Just one thing. Talking about foreign fighters is like a very, as usual, a very. It's not like something we can know for sure. We can see that in the war in Russia now, in Russia and Ukraine, everyone is claiming that the other side have tens of thousands of foreign fighters. So we can never know exactly how many there is, how there is many foreign fighters in that army. Only the leaders who know, only those armies know. Yeah. So of course the opposite always will say the most of the other armies composed of foreign fighters to delegitimize them. I don't say there isn't. Russian have foreign fighters, Ukrainian have foreign fighters, Syrian have foreign fighters, Assad had foreign fighters, everyone had foreign fighters. How much, we don't know. Anyone who claims he knows is fucking bullshitting everyone. Only the leaders who have the army, the actual numbers knows. This is one thing. Second thing, fighting radicalism with bombs and bullets is never a good solution because it will feed it. But if you keep the injustice, of course there will always be radicals, because this is the food of any radical idea, is like being like in
misery.
In misery, being in poverty, in misery, and being like seeing the hypocrisy. For example, for every Muslim here, for example, see how many Palestinian dies, no one cares. So this is one reason of hypocrisy, of radicalism. Radical people will use those people to indoctrinate them. Just solve the issues of those people, and you will find that there is no one will be radical anymore. Because someone who is fed, who is healthy, who is safe, will never be a radical. This is my idea. This is my thing. If you kill a radical, his son, his brother, his nephew will be like, will take revenge. That's what I think. Leo.
Look at Leo. Yeah.
Look what you did, Toby. You bloody cunt, and then you ran away.
Leo, we can't hear you. Leo, you're muted or something. We still can't hear you.
You ridiculous Toby, look what you have done.
No, I'm sorry, Leo. The mic.
Your mic. You need to check your mic. I think
let Boyan go then real quick. Go ahead, Boyan.
He's not connected.
Well, I'm gonna answer Anika directly. So okay, I'm gonna go. The radicals are obviously a problem if you have an unjust system, but they are not just for that a problem. Just look at Ukraine. The Maidan happened. Obviously, there were a lot of people who were not satisfied with political situation. But, in reality, who succeeded in the rebellion or insurrection was not the usual people that were not satisfied. It were the radicals.
I'm totally agreeing with you. If they have foreign interference too, it will be like
exactly. So if you have some foreign sponsor, it's easy to make almost in every country problems. And then if you ignite things, then things will burn. There will always be some political reason to fight in something. So this is not the solution, that you don't react to radicals.
I didn't say you don't react. I didn't say you don't react. No. Those who bear arms, of course, you will fight them and you will kill them. 100%, I'm with you. But ideologically, you need to fight them ideologically too. You need to understand what's happening, what's the reasons, and you would. It's even better for you fighting 100 or 10,000 radical. It will change the dynamics. If you have the population, if the population support the radicals, it will never end. But if you have a population,
this is always a problem of especially democracies. You know, if you have 5% of very radical people, and they are the minority.
But
no democracy is a perfect democracy. But if you have, let's say, 55% or 53% of people who vote for one side, like right now in Georgia, but if you have on the other side a tiny group which is very radical, they can destabilize the state, though they have lost in the elections, because the other side will go and fight. And maybe these 52% are just slightly in favor of the side that they've chosen, but the others are willing to fight, to kill and die. So there is a big difference always with the radicals.
Yeah, well, you can see a good example of how to deal with radicalism in Chechnya, like in the Chechen wars. That's a really interesting example. Now you have radicals in Russia popping up all the time, and they're mostly Dagestanis, which is like one of the poorest states of the Federation. But you hardly see any Chechens in the like terrorist attacks in Russia. So that
Gabriel, you are talking shit
Leo's back and his mic seems to be working. I think we should let him try to make
you
his
can
point.
correct me if I'm wrong.
Chechens are the most radical fucking niggas of all.
Look, I can barely hear you. But you can correct me if I'm wrong. Talking about what is conceivable.
Guys, just give me 2 minutes and I will go to sleep. Just 2 points. First one is when I was talking about the loss of territory, and which is very clear on the map to see, and then some people went on about that this is Russophobic. And this sounds to me like very much like Kamala Harris in America, that somebody is saying, oh, my gas is too expensive. Ah, you're a fucking racist. You're a Nazi. Instead of addressing the actual point, people are starting to go into very wild and strange accusations. So I wonder how Russophobic is it to say the fact that it's you can see for everybody on the map. That's first point. And second point, as I can see, a lot of people here like Vladimir Vladimirovich, but I've never said that Russia has not enough weapons or Russia is losing. I'm saying that it's just not as fast, that they're going slower, okay, that their capture of ground has slowed down. Okay.
You said every Russian,
Leo,
every Ukrainian, there is 1.5 Russian died. That's the most stupid thing that I heard. This is what I argued. For example, for me, this is what I argued about that percentage.
Yeah. Now we can't hear Bagari.
Gabriel, I'm messing with Toby in the chat because he's thinking I'm deep throating my beautiful black Belgium chocolates.
You shouldn't eat on stream. That's freaking gross.
We can hear Bagari again. Bagari, we can hear you again. We can hear you now. We cannot hear Leo now. Leo is gone now.
What is going on today?
Yeah,
Russia captured 500. Can you hear me now?
Not very well.
In and out, Bigari.
Yeah.
I think. Wow, that was. We have some Star Wars sound effects sounding in the back.
Bigari is actually Darth Vader.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Leo got into an argument with Prata. I'm thinking maybe he got in an argument with Prata. I didn't hear that part. I don't know what. But yeah, like
can you hear me?
You're cutting in and out.
You can now hear.
And some zapping noises in the background as well.
Okay. I was just using the headphones.
Now we can hear you.
Leo's argument is fucking retarded. Like actual strawman argument, by the way.
Stop lying, Bigari. That's not true.
He's a strawman. Like Russia is capturing 500 kilometers in September, 600 kilometers in October, 750 in November. Then this month is slow down. So
no, but we don't know that.
Russia is running out of steam. Like actual fucking strawman argument.
They need a break sometimes also, Bigari. They can't go always 100%. Sometimes you need to celebrate holidays also. I don't know.
I know.
But it's a weather. It can be weather. It can be, it's normal.
We need to be realistic also. This is not a lot of territory.
I just want to finish. Like these arguments, when you see those people, like when you look at the people on Twitter, on YouTube, that are intellectually dishonest and trying to deceive you and present the wrong argument, never listen to those people again. Just unsubscribe.
Denis Davidov.
Leo is the same kind of person as like those people, like Denis Davidov. I never watched the single video of that fucking retard, but I constantly see them like popping out. Like, how does he has so many subscribers? Who the fuck
I
knows?
start to puke after 2 minutes with that guy. But did Leo say you don't need to
I
trust
didn't have the courage.
UIM?
I didn't have the courage to watch his videos. To be
Oh,
honest.
it's
I'm not that courageous to watch his videos.
Yeah, that's why you should follow Wyatt. That's why you should follow Wyatt. So
Like,
you don't end up like Leo.
People on like a general point, like I like Willy OM, maybe not like this is just general point. Like, I hope he recovers well from his illness with cancer. Like, all good stuff to him. Like, but like his general understanding of the world and the politics is like on the level of eighth grade.
I can respond on that one, Bigari, about
to
him.
be honest,
because I follow him for a long time. Sorry, Nika.
Yeah.
I follow him for a long time. He knows. Let's say like that. The guy knows. He started pro-Ukrainian, and now he really knows.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's staying neutral.
No, he don't stay. He's
not neutral.
Listen.
He's neutral, but he's still.
He's not being neutral. He's being cautious.
He's not being neutral.
He's trying to keep everything in the middle at certain points. Yeah,
Mr. Lambo, listen.
He knows.
I see a lot of his video.
Let me finish my point.
Why is more in the middle than him?
Let Nika finish.
1 second. He never claimed that he's neutral. He always said that he's with Ukrainians. But the difference is he sees some realities that we are seeing. He sees that there is a lot of corruption.
Yeah, he's a realist pro-Ukrainian.
He is a realist, as Gabriel say, he is a realist pro-Ukrainian.
He's a realist
He is
pro-Ukrainian.
No, he's not pro-Ukrainian.
He is.
Wyatt,
He is.
Lambo,
I see
Lambo.
his videos.
Lambo, shut up. He
Silence Lambo.
I'm not.
No,
At least.
Wyatt
Listen.
told me.
Silence Lambo.
A lot of
Can I
Ukrainians
say-
hate him because
I
he's
will go right
realistic.
now.
He's saying the truth. He's been attacked even by pro-Ukrainian because
Let Bigari talk.
say the truth. I'm not saying his position is good or bad, but
He is
I
not
admire
fucking
that
real.
he's at least.
No, just that Wyatt explained it.
He
please.
doesn't understand how politics works. That's the first.
Oh yeah, that's totally true. That's totally true. I'm saying that he's a realist in like battlefield assessment. He tries to be a good reporter.
That's okay. That's okay. You can.
Yeah.
The second one, like even when he is suffering from cancer, I cannot respect the guy that wants to and propagates the idea that more Ukrainians should go and die. Like he is propagating the idea that Ukraine should mobilize more and more men. Like, go fuck yourself. Like,
I understand what you're saying.
If he's doing all the truth, if he's starting everything what he knows, because he knows the same thing like we know, he's going to.
Why are you talking with your mouth full?
That's he knows it. Yeah, sorry. I know.
What's his reasoning? I'm not defending him.
At least shut your mouth while you're stuffing it.
Finish eating and then talk.
To play with the woke, you know what I mean?
Yeah, take it easy, Lambo. I know you have a super hard on for Willie, okay? We can all see the super hard on you have for Willie, and I personally like the cunt, okay?
Yeah,
but he's still a NATO faggot. He's still a NATO faggot that thinks like a NATO faggot, you know? So he supports Ukraine because Ukraine is a democracy. And he's super upset by like war crimes, like using tear gas in the battlefield, you know, while guys get blown up.
No, he said both sides do those crimes.
No,
to be honest, I want to be honest. He one of the reasons he said like.
No, yeah, I know. I think it's just ridiculous.
There's evidence
that he actually fought in NATO and invaded Afghanistan against international law. And then he comes up and cries because the soldiers are using tear gas in the battlefield. It's pathetic, but that's a NATO brain. Like I don't like him less.
No, Gabriel,
that's NATO brain.
You need to understand that if he's going to jerk off,
I understand that
he's going to break down Ukraine, he's going to be cancelled.
I understand why a Belgian generate like it so much.
He's
Lambo.
being a
But-
YouTuber.
There's
A
people
YouTuber
that are
is
waiting
not
to
going say
speak.
everything
Wyatt had
100%
his
because
finger
they
up.
know. He's protecting also their channel.
Well,
Also,
what-
no, no,
why
no.
is Lambo talking?
Exactly. That's
Oh,
what I'm wondering.
Toby.
Wyatt, please go.
Well, because it's not enough to stuff his mouth. He
Vojan,
also
go.
has to.
Vojan, go.
Yeah,
go.
go ahead.
They will never shut up. Go, go.
So
I
before
don't even have the
the
chance
guy,
of speaking, no?
before the dog joins you with barking, let me just give you some thought, and I have to leave, guys. Leo is pertinent with this topic of how many losses and how many square kilometers. There is a point that one can argue it's really not a lot of territory that has changed hand in the last 2 years, And if you remember how much territory has been changed in the Second World War, or half of Russia,
or in Syria,
has been, but this can happen very fast, obviously. But if Russia wanted to do that, I think they would have to mobilize a few million people. Then they could crush, obviously, the resistance in Ukraine. This is not something that they want to do because I think they really could. Some pro-Ukrainians say Putin is too afraid to do that because people would revolt and stuff, but it's crazy talk in my opinion. But it's really these 3,000 square kilometers that we just talked about. It's really just 50 times 60 kilometers. That's not a big territory. It's probably smaller than most countries in Europe, even, just maybe Andorra is smaller, but it's really not a lot of territory. The point is that the war is obviously attrition, and this is happening a lot, both sides. Even if Leo was right that 1.5 factor that is favoring Ukraine, even if he was right, but I would have to use Bigari's phrase, "Are you fucking retarded, man?" No, obviously it's not that much, but at least in my opinion. But even if it was the case, the attrition would be in favor of Russia, obviously. So if the trend continues in this way, then this will obviously end badly for Ukraine. And the longer it goes on, the more this country will, not just the country, but also the people will be destroyed. It's a bad thing, and
I'm
everybody
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I'm sorry, Bigari had to leave because Lambo couldn't let him talk while he was eating his chocolate. But I wanted to just thank Bigari for appearing. I know he's kind of risking his life with this, so thank you for showing that.
Good. Gary always brings good content. Listen, I want to say something about Willie OAM. It's like, I don't think you're being fair. Willie OAM has consistently said that he deplores the loss of life on both sides. Like he is not some NATO guy who is cheering on one side or the other. He is actually like a decent human being. He has consistently said that he deplores the loss of life. He has consistently said war is a racket, right? He's had Russian dudes on his channel. So yeah, I don't know. I've got a lot of time for Willie. I might not agree with him on everything, but I think he's a very decent sort of a guy.
I totally agree with that, Toby. I totally agree with that, and I respect him greatly, and I'm even kind of fond of him. And I hope he gets better from his condition. I'm just saying that his base set mind.
He also puts in a hell of a lot of work for a guy in his condition. You know, he's quite sick, but he.
It's admirable. It's absolutely admirable.
Zelenksy, he's actually willing to like dress the part and put in the work. So yeah.
Under chemo and all.
Yeah,
I totally respect the guy.
I enjoy watching his stuff, and also his stuff's getting better too. Like he is developing a geopolitical mindset, and you can't blame him for not having that. He was a soldier. He's new to this kind of stuff.
He even invited when everyone were saying Russia is 1 second, Mr. Lam.
Oh my God! Please.
even when everyone was saying Russia will drop economically, will drop. Like a few days ago or a few weeks ago, he invited
Well, yeah, an
economical
economist
dude, and he spoke, and he
but
let
like
him.
stop glazing his channel. Like we understand that he's a good guy and he's a nice guy and he makes good content. Okay, my whole point is that the guy still thinks like in the framework of NATO, and therefore he still supports Ukraine as an entity. Like he still believes that Ukrainians are the good guys, even though they have all these problems of corruption and that war is a racket and all that. Like he thinks that they have the legitimate, and it's fine. It's a fair point. Like I'm not criticizing it, but I'm just saying that he has that limitation of like thinking it like you can go into Afghanistan and bust the place, you know, but then you can complain that tear gas is a war crime. So it's just that's all my point. It's a contradiction. I'm not criticizing it. It's just a contradiction in the mind of a person who grew up in that structure, in that environment.
Yeah, but you need to watch him as a complete context. You need also to watch his very old videos when he was in Ukraine. The guy, so literally, he has footage of that, a cruise missile flying over his head. The guy has that.
Mm-hmm.
He started as a pro-Ukrainian, and after a while, the guy became, I don't know, smarter, but he opened his eyes. He didn't stay on one topic. And the thing he's using his YouTube channel, the same like Toby says, is at a certain point he tries, and it's getting more and more difficult for him to stay neutral. He knows who's going to win the war. That's very important. He's knowing who's
never
losing.
neutral. He never was neutral.
Yeah, who's knowing who's fucking around with everybody. He knows everything.
He's a good journalist.
Like we here all do. Because now you have no propagandists here. He has the same mindset as us. But he's public.
No, yeah, definitely.
He's trying to
He's a
explain
great
it in the most polite and
he's
the
a great
most
journalist.
way also to protect his YouTube channel. He's not the guy that wants to have $1 million at his YouTube channel. He just wants to have a little bit money to live because he doesn't have work that he's living, and he sometimes go to travel. He went to Israel, he went to Ukraine before, he went to Syria also. So he's supporting the locals of Syria that lost their. The guy is so correct.
Yeah, it's great. But like, can we talk about something?
I mean, who gives a fuck? I mean, is this a fucking OAM love hour? I mean, Jesus Christ, let's move the fuck on already.
Lambo, it's fine, okay? Like we got the point, but just drop it, okay?
Yeah, come on, Lambo. That's enough, Lambo. Come on,
let me speak. I was busy. No, I was busy.
You've upset Vaughan. Vaughan's upset.
No, yeah, I don't care. He's speaker of the year. He's
we're talking about something
speaker of the year, man.
Yeah, he still is. So he needs to make a but if I just want to end that one, if I just want to end it, I watch 2 channels always, every day. Wyatt's channels, so his reports of the Frontline, Willow I Am, and I can add the third one is calibrated for the mappings also. I love to see multiple different mappings. So yeah, it's.
Can I make a point and then I will leave and go to sleep? Okay.
Yeah.
Please, guys, carry on with the.
Spit it out,
I don't remember who said it. It was Lambo or somebody that really is like against like casualties on both sides. Blah blah blah. If you listen to his videos, he constantly says that Ukraine needs to mobilize more men, more young men, throw into the army. Like either you are retarded or you are sinister.
Or evil.
Because
yeah.
like you need to understand that Ukraine lost the war. Already lost the war. It's the lost proposition. Like you are fighting, like everyone that is fighting right now is fighting for nothing and just dying. And if you want the country to mobilize more men and to fight in the war, just to protect the integrity of the country, you are either retarded or sinister, bad person. Like so, either he is retarded.
Yeah, that's a fair take.
Doesn't
That's
understand.
fair take. I think he's
doesn't
retarded.
understand the reality of the war, or
well, he has a brain tumor.
Just a bad person.
He has a brain tumor.
I think he's genuine. Like that. I think you're right, Bigari. Like I also disagree with him strongly on this point. I agree with Bigari, but I don't think he's insincere. I think he's just like, I think he's a little bit retarded on the issue of whether or not Ukraine ever had a chance.
Let me be the devil advocate.
But anyway, we should talk about something else.
There's a super chat for him.
Something else?
Do you expect any trouble in Central Asia after the current war? For Bigari, but Bigari dropped. So no.
Yeah.
So
so
let me be the devil advocate. Let me be personally, me as Nika, personally, I believe Ukraine should have surrendered 3 years ago, even before the war started. To be honest, this is my 100% opposition. They should took the first peace negotiation, and they would be much happier. But the argument is, if you fight with few fighters, you will suffer more than if you are fighting with like 10 times the fighters, because you will have the numbers. This is the argument. You will have the numbers, you have the better fighters, but you will not. In opposition, you lost a lot of time for that.
But it's fundamentally retarded, Nika, because you're talking about a country attacking a nuclear power, right?
I know.
Much larger than it when it's not inside any alliance.
100%.
It's a retarded argument.
For me, either you fight or you don't fight. But if you want to fight, this is not the way. If you want to fight, you need to mobilize everyone. If it is like a real existential threat, you will fight with your best fighters. This is the argument. I'm not with it.
Can we move on to
transfer? Yeah.
I want to use that to
we haven't heard from Upgrade yet. Can we hear from Upgrade? He's been sitting there like.
Oh my God! I've been trying to talk for like centuries, and it's been impossible. Okay, so let me make this quick switch. Like Toby, you shut me up earlier, and you gave the voice to Nika and then Leo, and it all went downhill from there. Okay, so take it easy.
Use your finger, you can have your turn.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. No one's lifting the finger. Just let me talk, man. Okay, so look, it's interesting to analyze.
Upgrade, right?
Have they not been mobilizing 18-year-olds? And there's an interesting thing there, because Putin said at some point, I can't remember where, but I remember him saying it pretty clearly, that the reason why Zelensky isn't mobilizing 18-year-olds is because they're using him. They want him to do that so that he can carry that blame and then kick him out. And so he hasn't been doing it because that's like his insurance policy. Like, as long as he doesn't do that, he hasn't finished his job, and so they can't kick him out. And I've heard some rumors today or yesterday that they changed the mobilization. They lowered it. So that might mean that it actually is true that they're kicking him out. So I don't know if anyone has heard about that, but what do you guys think about it? You can go Upgrade.
It makes a lot of sense.
I think
it sounds logical that because there is this weird
dilemma,
misfit, in terms of reality. Like, they don't have enough troops. They really want to fight for to the end, but they don't lower the age. Yet there's no future for Ukraine. Like, it's like, do you want a future for Ukraine or not? Do you want to fight or don't want to fight? Like, there's this contradiction that it doesn't seem to make sense. And for Zelensky, he seems to be very reluctant to sign any further reduction. Like, in fact, the 25 years old took a long time for him to pass. Like, he really don't want to sign it.
And Wyatt, the idea is that just he's afraid about the future of Ukraine is just a bullshit. He's just using that as a political tool. As Gabriel said, it's just he don't give a fuck about Ukraine or its people, but he's using it as a political tool, as Gabriel said. We are agreeing, but either you fight or you don't fight. Don't pick the middle and suffer. Make your people suffer. This is horrifying.
It makes no sense that
continue fighting so that Western politicians will not be blamed for their faulty assumptions and the immoral behavior in this conflict by NGS.
No, definitely, NGS. You have a really good point there. There's a lot of back covering going on here, and most of the political. That's why we see such a PR war going on, because the PR war is basically a way of camouflaging their own failures to their own population. So, like, you can actually see all this onslaught of destruction and waste of life as just a vanity project to protect the egos of the people who screwed up massively by miscalculating and thinking that they can take over Russia. It's not a bad assessment of intention.
No, I don't think that's right, Gabriel. Listen, they didn't screw up. No one believed they were going to beat Russia. This wasn't a mistake. This is all done for money, right? None of those people that sacrifice, and this is the thing, right? The NGS's wording is way too soft. This isn't a mistake. This isn't immoral. This is the slaughter of innocent people for money.
Toby, they were
That's
surprised.
what this is, right?
They were surprised that Ukraine stand it. They were surprised already.
Yeah. These people took the opportunity to launder a whole bunch of money. We're talking tens of billions of dollars, and they did not care who was killed. Like, immoral doesn't even touch the sides of the behavior of these people. But anyway, Upgrade, what are you going to say? You've been waiting for ages. We're waiting for
you. Haven't spoke a single word since he came on. Like, he's been here like forever.
He's enjoying. Like, hello, guys.
In the background.
He just wants us to see his pretty face.
Okay. Thank you, Gabriel.
We are naughty, Gabriel.
No, I just wanted to add on to some things what I heard before about the ground taken and stuff like that, and also about what was said right now. I think obviously it's not that easy to take ground. We can see it even if Russia has overwhelming firepower and so on. The Ukrainians still have some fights in them, even if they are struggling badly right now. But the end result, like everybody acknowledged here on the panel, is going to be the same like 3 years ago. Like Toby said, that there was never any chance that a nation with 40 million people going to win against a nuclear superpower and with more than double the population. So I don't think we should argue about that so long. And about the conscription age, obviously it's used for political purposes, right? He don't want to lower it because he knows it's going to be very bad for him, I mean Zelensky. And the Americans basically know also that they need men on the ground and they need more people because when it's going to break, it's going to be very, very catastrophic for Ukraine. And I think the sooner the better peace talks can start would be great for Ukraine, because if you want to have a future, like Wyatt said, you cannot play both sides, right? You need either you're going to go all in and you're going to say, okay, we're going to fight until the last, or you're going to say, okay, it's enough, and we're going to cut our losses, right? And I think also we have some other, like, what should I say, points where we can see that the war is going to be over soon. You know, when Scholz, I think, talked to Trump not so long time ago and said also that he thinks it should be over right now. I think it also has to do with his political situation and also the state of the German economy, who is in shambles. I never saw Germany like this. I'm neighboring Germany, and we always looked up to Germany as the powerhouse of Europe. And look what it is now. It's a shame. It's a shame what he did to this country. He should be embarrassed. He should really be embarrassed and never should be hanged. Not hanged, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Not why always everybody goes in extremes here, man. Guys, chill down. You know, between being disgraced and hanged.
Men die in war. Men die in war. Upgrade. Why should it be the young men in Ukraine and Russia and not him?
Yeah, no, but that's another point. I mean, like
LGBT community.
Yeah, that's what it is. But I mean, when you see the Germans, it's horrifying. I talk to many Germans, and it's catastrophic. So
Europeans are so tame. That's why.
Quickly, for the people outside of Europe, you have to understand what Upgrade is saying. Germany is the engine of the EU, because since the British left, it used to be that the two biggest contributors to the EU were Britain and Germany, right, in about equal measure, and then Britain left. Since then, since Brexit, Germany has been the largest contributor to the EU, net contributor by far. And so when Upgrade's talking about the desperate economic condition of Germany, which I agree with, he's talking about the desperate economic condition of the EU. The damage that has been done to the EU by the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline and the general shenanigans that's going on, it can't be understated, right? This is a catastrophe for the European project.
On something, it's all self-inflicted. It's all self-inflicted. It has nothing to do. I mean, like
Biden blew up Nord Stream, right? Or it was Putin.
Okay. You know what I mean? It's all self-inflicted.
Bigari cannot sleep. He said he wanted to sleep. I know it's very hard to sleep when Open Mic is on.
It's horrible.
He's come to say it wasn't him that did Nord Stream. Yeah, sure, Bigari.
I just wanted to say, like, because I'm lying in my bed right now already, like, why people blame Scholz on the shit that is coming with Germany? Like, do you think that anybody else that was in power in Germany would prevent that shit? Germany is not a sovereign country. Like, it would be like BlackRock Merz or somebody like that in power of Germany. Nord Stream would be blown up anyway. And it's the like German blueprint for economy, like cheap Russian gas. You cut off cheap Russian gas, German economy goes to shit. Like, was it Scholz or fucking I don't know, Adolf Merz or somebody else? Like, doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if it was Scholz or Merkel or anybody else. Germany would go to shit if Nord Stream is getting blown up. So,
or Adolfin.
No,
Adolfin,
it's Biden and von der Leyen that destroyed Germany.
Hey, but can I say something real quick about, like, and to answer to Toby, because, like, well, Merkel did make Nord Stream, and Trump was super vehemently against it, and German did show some signs of sovereignty in the past decade. It was subtle, and maybe there was second intentions there. I can't say for sure. Like, maybe Nord Stream was just a strategy to get Russia to put resources into and get economical dependence on Europe, so that then they could cut that and break up the Russian state. And to go to what Toby was saying, like, what you say about the racket that is the whole money laundering thing of Ukraine, that doesn't take away from what I'm saying, that there was a hope, there could have been a hope of actually balkanizing Russia and plundering its resources. Like, just because they're making money off of it right now, it doesn't mean that there wasn't a higher objective behind that would have been the big prize. And now they're maybe just scrambling to get whatever crumbs they can get because they lost a big prize. But like,
none of the serious players believed that. They're not stupid, Gabriel. There may have been some 15-year-old NAFOs who believed that, but none of the power players, none of the people who mattered, the decision makers, believed it. They're not stupid, and you have to be stupid to believe that.
They look pretty stupid to me, and that's my whole point, because they're actually shattering the entire European Union. And not only the European Union is suffering, the United States, which is like the big beneficiary of cutting off Europe from Russia, they're like actually losing the predominance of the dollar in the world market. So it's not simply like they might be getting some short-term gains with this by ripping off Europe, but they're actually harming themselves pretty severely in the long run. And Putin has stated that pretty clearly throughout the time. And to my point, like, they're not stupid. They look pretty stupid to me, man. Like, they look panicked. They look like in absolute panic and disarray. Like, they're scrambling to try to pick up the pieces of something that went terribly wrong. But maybe that's just a show. Maybe it's a 60 chess move.
No,
and they're actually
I don't think they intended the outcomes, right? But they never expected Russia to balkanize. They didn't expect it to go this wrong. But so it's not like they planned all this. They're not playing 8D chess. But they never expected Russia to collapse and Putin to be overthrown and all that nonsense.
That's what they've been saying. That's what they've been saying.
Can I reply to Gabriel? Like, because
Go on.
he's like, you are like thinking in the moment, like analyzing the shit that is said in the moment. Like, to understand the politics, you always need to learn history and understand history. Like, you need. Let's remember. I don't remember his name. Like the first Secretary General of NATO, what he said.
Yeah, he was Nazi. And stick
What he said.
keep
What
US
he said.
in, Germany down, and Russia out.
Keep United States in, Soviets out, and Germans down. That's you can track that philosophy down to Kissinger and all everyone. The great like line that is always coming through the international politics in international like relations in the United States is to prevent the economic union of Russia and Germany, because German industrial base and
I've
Russian
made that point.
resources will do very bad
Wonders
for United States, because German will become independent, maybe even sovereign. Like imagine German
superpower.
sovereign
It would be a superpower.
So that's why like this war, like the biggest loser in this war, in Ukraine war, is Germany, because Germany went back fucking years. Like Germany will never become a powerful country on the world stage again until they will make up with Russians and get the cheap energy. They will never become a player again.
No.
They are done.
The problem you have,
like and when Germany is done in Europe, Europe is done, because there is no one in Europe that can carry the flag. So Europe is a vassal state of United States. Europe is a vassal state of United States. That's a big game. Like
I agree.
Russia is like, okay, Europe,
I mean,
if you want to commit suicide, you commit suicide. The United States is like, okay, you will buy our LNG at 10 times the price of Russian gas, and you will suffer, and you will pay tariffs, you will pay anything. Like, and Europe is done.
But also, like on the perspective of this historical far side. Yeah, I'm answering because we were in something, and to finish with Toby also, like you're ignoring the massive history of the British, the Anglo-Saxon Empire trying to destroy Russia, like, and suddenly they forgot about that, and they're like totally fine with
forget about that. British
like
is
they're
like
trying to destroy it since hundreds of years ago in waves.
And they are still trying to do that. British right
No,
now
yeah,
is like Baltic countries on steroids. British are irrelevant, like on the stage outside of the former colony influence and MI6, because MI6 are still one of the best. Like
yeah, but
British in terms of like raw power
is
are
assuming
irrelevant.
that
Soft power, yes.
that the Anglo-Saxon powers have like overcome. They've surpassed their irrational desire to destroy Russia. Now they're sticking to realistic objectives, like just ripping off Ukraine.
Who said that?
Tracking the European economy in the process.
Do you think that Ukrainians killed Russian general in Moscow?
No,
do you
it was
really
definitely
think that?
MI6. It was definitely
it
MI6.
was MI6, because like they are still clinging on to that fucking idea from 1842-46 when the Crimean War happened. Like British are still clinging on to that.
It was NATO. It was all of them. It was NATO.
British not NATO. British.
It was NATO. But British just for the moment still a little bit leading and jerking with United States.
No.
For the moment,
Yeah.
Right.
There's not going to be for a long time. Britain also is losing a lot of power in every size that you can imagine and look.
British and United States are not on the same page.
Oh,
Lambda,
yo, for
like
the moment, yes. With Biden, they are. With
with
Trump, they
Biden,
don't going
yes,
to be anymore.
but with Trump, not anymore. Like
Oh no, no, I know.
why Musk
But
is talking to Nigel
everything
Farage?
started with Biden. Just look at it. I was flabbergasted when they destroyed Nord Stream pipe that there was barely a reaction for Germany. So it was like, shut up, just fuck my ass, continue to fuck my ass and lick my ass. Just shut up, listen to me, NATO. They after
Germany is not
Merkel
a
left,
sovereign country.
they started to be weak. Yeah, but it's because you just don't have nothing to decide anymore. We America, big power. We go
When you have
with UK. You know, if you want to lick the dick, you need to stay with us. That's what they
when
are
you
doing.
have
That's
when
what
you
they are
have
doing.
foreign bases, foreign military bases on your soil for 60 years, you are not sovereign country.
I know.
That's all.
Yeah.
I know. But they have nothing. I don't know what happened there in the European Parliament or in the NATO Parliament. I don't know what happened
European
to these
Parliament
guys.
is a joke.
I don't know what that did really happened with these guys, you know. But the problem is, and is what the remark that Upgrade said was very good. I went a lot to Germany, and you see every time you go back to Germany, you see disgracing.
Dude, it's real simple. I mean, they talk about $20 trillion in shit in money in the ground in Ukraine. Obviously, a lot of people fucking thought they were going to get rich off of fucking taking over Ukraine, splitting it up, and then splitting Russia up. It didn't work out. You know, that's why people are doing crazy shit and acting stupid. It's because, you know, everyone was promised a big fucking payday and the dollar signs just filling their eyes.
Yeah, but what we
I mean,
also,
there's plenty of examples of politicians talking about the money and how much value there is in Ukraine. You know, that's why that's why Germany went along. That's why everybody went along, because they all thought they were going to get paid.
Yeah, but something
I
that
just
happened
want to
very
say I'm very
badly,
disturbed by
and
Lambos.
what I was just want to continue because I was still continue speaking is that since at a certain moment, that's not so long, Germany became so left. They become so left suddenly. You're left. The left is destroyed for the biggest part also. I know we need to have parties, sadly to say, like ADF going to power. Here in Belgium is going to be right parties also. Future for France is going to be right also. Netherlands is already right. All the countries around us going to be more and more right, because they all see, and the people living in these countries also seeing that the left parties are destroying us. Left here in Belgium has no power anymore. The first party that has a little bit of power in Belgium are the socialists. Even Central that was fucking around with.
Yeah, and if you don't vote, and if you don't vote the right way, they cancel the election because that's not democratic, and then they say the judges come out and tell you got to redo it. But you can't use TikTok. You just get the Romanian treatment, dude. You're going to get the Romanian treatment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you
what I was
used to
always
be
saying, like, we need to
you
have
used to be
people
National
like Biden go
Socialists,
away, and we
but
need to
now
have
they're just
somebody like
socialist,
Trump.
anti-nationalist.
No,
I think
was
Wyatt wants to say something.
I don't know how many times I've been interrupted.
Hush, Lambo. Come on. Wyatt wants to
No, it's
talk.
fucking
Jesus
disgusting.
Christ.
No, I just want to say I'm very
No,
disturbed by
I have the right to
Lambo.
speak also, Van. No, I have the right to speak also. I was
No,
too
I
busy.
just I'm
You have
just
no
like
rights.
got
Yeah, I have
snapped
the
out of
rights.
my zone because Lambo said that Germany decided to continue to get fucked in the ass, which is perfectly fine. It's like, okay, yeah, you're like the beta, right? Someone else the alpha that they fuck your ass. After they say they lick your ass.
Yeah,
It was like,
I'm going to say when it go wrong. The moment
that two
Wyatt,
things doesn't match.
Yeah.
It's like if he licks you, then he is like the beta. You are the alpha.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But Wyatt,
Nikan,
at the
what?
moment, wait, I was still speaking. At the moment you start to speak like that, you are in big shit, you know?
He will
If
never.
you're losing your voice by fucking being fucked so many times in your fucking ass, it's going very wrong. Germany is speaking like that for the moment. That's what's happening. That's not easy to say. I don't know what's
Yeah, thanks for your profanity, Lambo. That's really great, man. You're really lifting the tone.
I got a very good feeling that this video is going to get demonetized.
It's fucking disgusting. I made it.
Zip it, Lambo.
Be sure, Wyatt. Be sure.
No,
100%.
I can't even speak for more than 2 minutes. Not even more than 2 minutes. So I need to stop.
Honestly,
I
Wyatt.
respect my fingers, so yeah. No,
One open mic that wasn't demonetized. Honestly, Do you have any?
Actually, nowadays it's not bad. Nowadays we usually don't get demonetized nowadays because Israel is
I'm
not so
surprised.
demonic now. Like because in the media, in the information warfare, they don't need to protect Israel anymore. So it's like, and they don't need to demonetize Trump supporters also. So nowadays seems to be like the demonetization is much more lesser.
Okay.
Like
So
we will see whether the
it's
ass
in
fucking
disarray.
thing makes it worse.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I wanted just to comment on what the West was intended to do. I honestly think they because they fed themselves their own propaganda. They thought like Russia is economically is a pile of shit. So they thought maybe they will lure Russia to Ukraine, and they never thought that Ukraine will can resist. So they will cripple the Russian economy with sanctions, and they will have like so much disarray and mayhem in Russia that will have like a disturbance, and they can like they can deal with it and they can carve it easily. I think they thought that economically they will conquer Russia economically and they will divide it economically. They never thought they will win it militarily. I think this is the original idea. But the deeper they get in their shit, they shit more, so they will go deeper to their own shit. So this is the idea.
These are very big lies. That's propaganda. I don't believe it. It's fucking lies. Fuck you.
Hush, Lambo. Respect the finger. Hey, come on. It's upgrade.
Upgrade.
Please.
It's upgrade.
I was responding to
Thanks,
my
guys.
super chat.
I will have to disagree a little bit with what Bigari said. I think Scholz is a pretty weak leader. He's a very, very weak German chancellor. I mean, when we talk about German chancellor, I think about Schröder, about even Merkel. I mean, Merkel was also doing like what she could. She still kept up, like said.
What about Helmut Kohl? What about Helmut Kohl?
There's many places that are before this bold guy. And when we see even Merkel was tapped by the Americans so they could check her information, what she's doing with the Russians. So, I mean, the Germans had pretty good leaders. And to say that Germany will never come back, I mean, they were totally devastated after the Second World War. And not so long time ago, they were number one in the EU. So the Germans, trust me, if they can do it, that's the only nation maybe in Europe who can do it. If they have proper leaders, they can come back from anything. And on the other topics, I mean, like, there's nothing much more to add on. I mean, it's obvious, right? Von der Leyen destroyed the entire EU. I don't even know why she's taking, like I said before, why she's taking any decisions and represents us on the international stage, because she's a total joke and shouldn't even talk for no European country. And we are in big shit, yes, in Europe right now, but maybe if the war will be over and we can change and maybe think about making ties with the Russians, because what I also don't understand is everybody's talking about, oh, we have all these sanctions, yeah, but we still buy oil and gas in record numbers from Russia, you know, just from third parties for so much more. So it's totally dumb and ludicrous. We still give money to the Russians, not directly but indirectly, to fund the war. So there's so many aspects of this war who are ludicrous and dumb and not thought by our politicians in Europe. There's just grandstanding and telling that Putin is the bad guy, but besides that, they don't have a lot. So I think Toby was next, yeah.
Yeah, listen, on this topic, it's like there's a real disconnect between the leaders in Europe and the fate of the nations in Europe. But this is hardly accidental, because people like van der Leyen, they don't own a stake in any particular European country. All of their wealth is invested in multinational corporations. So therefore, what is good for globalism is good for them. And if that means the colonization of Europe and the destruction of Europe, they don't care. They make their dividends from the international companies that are selling gas at high prices to Europe. You know, they will fleece the people of Europe because they're making their profits from multinational corporations. And this goes to a deeper issue that's going on. You see, all of the political parties that are doing mass immigration into the West, right? These people are globalists. They are openly anti-nationalist, and yet they represent nations. And you can see this most acutely in the UK. The UK is hemorrhaging soldiers. They just increased the wages for soldiers by 6%, and they're losing thousands every month. Nobody wants to fight for the UK. Why? Because you're not fighting for the UK. You're fighting for BlackRock. Manifestly, like it's not even hidden. The leaders of the West are globalists. All of their self-interest is based on the international corporate sphere of trade. It doesn't matter to them what happens to the nations of Europe. It doesn't matter to them what happens to any nation. The only thing that matters to them is the dividends that come from multinational trade and global trade. And this is creating a crisis across the Western world because the people of the Western nations have to live in those nations. They have to pay the tax in those nations. They have to pay the electricity bills in those nations. And so you've got a real disconnect between this globalist political movement that's in charge of all the nations and the people of the nations that actually have to live there. This is the colonization of the West. And the third world can tell everybody in Europe exactly what's happening because it's already happened to them, right? And so this is the real crisis. All across the Western world, you've got globalist politicians who have direct financial interest in gutting their own countries because it's not their countries anymore. They don't identify with those countries. And the people in those countries are getting really upset by it. If you want to see the future of Europe, have a look at Australia. You've got a uni party that is sponsored by multinational corporations, and the people pay extraordinary amounts of tax. They have no freedom of speech. You have no real choice because your entire political system has been co-opted by the money from international corporations. And this is like the world is coming to a bit of a boil because nationalism, what Lambo correctly points out, the right-wing parties, these nationalist parties, I don't even know what right-wing means, but they're all nationalist because the people in these nations don't like what's happening to their nations, right? And the people in charge of the nations don't care what happens to those nations. And this is a train wreck about to happen. And this is why the globalists are getting distraught, right? They're losing control of their national politics. They're losing control in the US to Trump because Trump is an American nationalist, make America great again, not make the global, elite great again. You've got Meloni in Italy. You've got the guy in Romania, and he's just been cancelled. This is a trend we're seeing across the board. Globalists represent global trade and multinational corporations, and the people are being farmed, and the people don't like it. So, that's my point on that. I think we don't want to hear from Lambo again. Maybe someone else. Gabriel.
Super chat.
Yeah.
City of London is still a major center of finance, so I've dubbed about USA or any single nation having control. I'm more inclined to think these corporations with no national loyalties.
City of London is going to be for a long time. So,
hey, I was there first, man.
Oh, fuck you.
No, I put it down because I was already starting to talk, but they read the super chat. Okay, but you can go on. I can keep a thought, even in spite of the brain damage I might suffer. Go on.
I'm pretty sure it was Nika.
No. It's Gabriel. But don't give your place.
100% it was Gabriel.
You know what?
Come after Gabriel.
No, well, whatever. I'll be
I
short.
think we can agree it wasn't Lambo.
Oh, fuck you, Toby.
No, yeah. The thing is that like these people have been really pushing the envelope, so to speak, of of how like the population can take it. You know, how long the population can take it. They've been stretching the elastic to see how long it lasts before it breaks. And we see certain signs of breaking, like in the US, like picking Trump was like a massive revolt, so to speak. And yeah, we see like in Italy, Meloni, she was a switch coat. You know, she promised this populist ideal, but then she was immediately bagged up by the EU, and now she's like best buddies with Ursula. Though they sometimes have some girly little conflict, you know, typical stuff. But they're pushing the people to a limit, and what we can see is that people are super tolerant. You know, they've really and to what Upgrade was saying earlier, that the Germans are a great nation that have lifted themselves up from the most extreme devastation. But I think it's a possibility. I'm not saying it's not possible, but there's also the possibility that the Germans have now been like sort of submitted into tolerating this level of decadence. And like there's a pretty clear difference between getting like broken by a blow that hits you down than to be broken by your own spirit collapsing inside you. You know, like a person who gets a car crash and gets all his bone fractured can get back again and rehabilitate. But a person who lost the will to fight, who has no hope in the future, it's much more difficult. You know, that type of fracture is much harder to heal than a broken bone. And we can see that kind of in Germany, like in the sense that where's the political future of Germany? Who's gonna fight for it? What kind of you evil son of a bitch? Who's gonna fight for them? You know, where is this person who's gonna rise up from among them and bring back their sovereignty? Go ahead, Lambo, if you want to.
Yeah, I actually completely agree, and also what Toby says very well. Havon, Germaners, please. I just want to refer to a comment in the chat that I'm very liking a lot. It's Felix saying, Merkel is laughing and saying, yeah, I was drinking red wine and decided to close all power plants. And I like to put it about peace. It's actually a very good one, I think. But about Meloni, I don't know if you saw her in Paris when she saw Trump. She was suddenly very wet. Oh, she was so wet. Oh, you could see through her pants. Believe me, Meloni is now maybe a little bit pussy licking with von der Leyen, but she's going to suck the cock of Trump when she's going to get in power. Believe me on that one. She's waiting.
Lambert, your potty mouth. Listen, for a start, it's Elon. It's not Trump. Get it right.
No. It was Trump also.
She's driven for both. She's definitely
Elon is
let's read the super chat and not listen to Lambo.
Trump,
yeah, come on, Lambo. Bit of hush, mate.
Yeah. Sometimes I think talking about countries obfuscates and misdirecting discussions. Who knows?
Well, I mean,
even the right, I have doubts even for the right. We see the Meloni example. I have the doubts about even the right. It depends on the person. It depends on the country. You don't need. You see, a big example is Italy. You know, it depends on the person who will lead, on the country or the political scene, or on the importance of the country too. So I don't even trust the right to do the right thing.
Yeah, someone in the chat, I think it was George, mentioned this as well, and he's right. You know, like, and I do agree. But the thing is, the trend is towards nationalist politicians, right?
I would say that when you talk about leadership, countries kind of don't matter. But when you talk about populations, they really much do. Go on, Upgrade and Toby.
Upgrade.
Yeah, also what I want to, because we're on the topic of Germany, soon there's going to be the elections, and I hear also from Germans who I speak to that they already starting to say the same shit what they said about the Romanian election. oh, there's interference of Russian and Chinese and even Americans. Elon Musk is the new boogeyman now everywhere, because obviously he's he is controversial in some topics, and he's the new boogeyman now of Germany. All the media in Germany is talking bad about Elon Musk. He's like the new devil. Oh, how could he say AfD is the only party who can save Germany? How he can say that?
Imagine Elon say he supports the ruling party. No, it will be a totally different story.
Exactly. That's what the Germans said to me. They said, so Scholz can say he prefer Biden. That's not an interference in American election, right? But if another guy from the US then afterwards says some personal opinion about something he believes in, then it's interference.
This is Western hypocrisy.
And that's what I hate about this.
This is Western hypocrisy 101.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. Exactly, Nika. That's what I want to say. I'm pretty much, guys, I'm pretty much pro-democracy stuff. But this is total bullshit. This shouldn't even be on the air, because this is against all principles of what democracy is. You vote and then you get what you want. You don't say because you don't like what somebody is saying that it's bad. No, that's not up to you to decide. You don't need to decide for the people. The people decide. So it's totally nonsensical what I hear. The Germans who I talk to, they want to become again the nation they were before, with strong industry, with the leader position in Europe. But there is a weak leader in place. They want to get him out and as fast as they can.
But look, George in the chat is making some very good points, and it supports what Nika is saying, that you have to be skeptical, because look at the leader of AfD in Germany. She is a lesbian who was a banker with Goldman Sachs in China. So this is the face of right-wing Germany, is like a lesbian communist banker. Right? You can't make this stuff up. Like, I dare you to make this up, right? That the leader of the right-wing nationalists is a lesbian banker who spent her life in China, communist China. Like, if you made this up, people would laugh you out of town. And yet, this is what they're afraid of, right? This is the face of the right. So I'm inclined to agree. It's like the corporate control of political mechanisms in the West is just about total. It's like, and that's why I don't think there's going to be any meaningful change in the near future. It's like, I don't think you even get remotely near a seat at the table if you're an actual nationalist. I think whatever the filter mechanisms are, and we could talk about that for weeks, but they're pretty effective. It's like you don't get anywhere near the levers of power unless you've been vetted by the international banking system and the rainbow police and all the rest of it. So I think that, George is making good comments in the chat.
Yeah, she is from. She has that line on her political statements. MSGA, make scissoring great again. No, I know it's fucked up.
May I ask something to Toby, because I always wanted to ask you this. You're from Australia, right? And in Australia, you have pretty hard immigration rules, but you're a pretty left-leaning country. You say so, right? You don't have freedom of speech. They took away your guns because of some incidents and stuff like that. So how is it perceived in Australia? Do they think it's okay for the immigration system to be like it is, or do they want to have it a little bit more flexible because they have some new things they want to implement or stuff like that?
Well, there's been mass immigration in the last couple of years. Well, actually, from both parties, and the people are very, very much against the immigration. But it doesn't matter, but both parties. That's why everyone calls it the uni party now, because you get the same policies. And the population is largely being, race baited into hating immigrants. And distracted by these issues, but there's no real choice on the table, right? And it's because of the way the political system works. I don't believe that it's left wing, I think this is like straight up British fascism, right? And I don't mean like bad things the Germans did 80 years ago. What I mean by fascism is the technical definition of the term, meaning a planned economy that is run by private corporations and the government, right? But that's what I mean by fascism, technical old-fashioned fascism. And that's what we have here, and that's increasingly what you have in Europe, right? And my personal political belief, for what it's worth, is I think fascism fails because of planned economies fail. They inevitably, what happens is the corporations plunder their own people, because it's much easier to just transfer wealth through taxation than to build wealth by actually building things and selling them in the market. Free markets work, but you need free people for free markets. That's the trick, right? And this is why fascism fails, just like Soviet communism fails. All planned economies fail because they turn into plunder. But for a planned economy to work, you need angels in government. And unfortunately, we get people. And so as soon as you have a planned economy run by people,
we had Biden. We had Biden.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
yeah, right. but no, it's the nature of power, right? Power corrupts, and inevitably people are going to take the shortest path to personal wealth. And in a planned economy, that means ripping off your own people and just plundering your own nation until you have to go to war as a way out, right? But curiously enough, this used to be understood, like back in the dawn of time, back in the 90s. This is what we studied when we studied at military college. I studied Germany between the wars, the Weimar, and why Germany's fascism led inevitably to war. And the reason was they plundered their own economy until they had to go to war. There was nothing else left. And this is a pattern in history, and it's a pattern with planned economies. And unfortunately, what we see in the world now is widespread corporate fascism. You can call it neocolonialism or corporate feudalism or fascism or whatever you want, right? But it's basically planned economies and the plunder of people, because that's the shortcut to wealth. It's much, much easier to just grab tax money than it is to make a product that people want.
Yeah, free economies became like a euphemism for corporate planned economies.
A combination between both is necessary. You can't, for example, let health in the hands of corporation. It's counterintuitive to leave health in, for example, or defense. I mean, as a country, those two are things that you cannot leave it in the hands of corporation. You need another entity, a non-profitable entity to deal with those two, because if someone is sick, he will give you whatever you ask. He will not argue. He don't have the power to argue. Defense of your country. You see what the West is dealing with now compared to the Russia or China. When you have a very planned industry, military industry. So I think some field need to be dealt with neutral or non-government, non-profitable organization. You call them government or whatever. I don't care. And you need to leave some field to the private sector. I think Vaughn or Gabriel. Vaughn.
Yeah, go ahead, Vaughn.
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, do we want to start thinking about closing it up? Because it's kind of slowed down. It's up to you all. That's all I had.
I think we've
Lambo
covered
to
everything.
talk about F-18, right?
Yeah, but no one wants to hear about Lambo.
Yeah, I had the topic that I want to speak, if I am allowed to speak about it.
Let me say something before that about what was being said before. And I think it kind of ties in a bit of a theme throughout the OM, that there's like, well, it's often said, and I've said this before, but I'm going to repeat it. It's often said that people have the government that they deserve, and that's pretty misleading. But it's an intuition that goes on to something, you know. And I think what it means, like, or a more correct form of phrasing it would be that the government is downstream from geopolitics, and geopolitics is downstream from culture. Or put it another way, the people have the government that their culture allows. And so a theme throughout this whole open mic has been like, for example, the radicals or the propagandization of Ukraine. And now we're talking about how the decadent type of leadership we have and how the corporate oligarchs have taken over everything. And like, you can design the best system in the world, you can design a perfect utopia, whatever you want. It's been done before. Like, all sorts of people have theorized on what is the perfect state of a government, or what is the correct form of politics. And I'm pretty sure they're all wrong, because there's not a system you can put in place that is going to safeguard against the hammering, the battering of time and of your environment. And like, I'd say that all of these things can work in their proper way if the population has like the backbone that can sustain something that is beneficial to them. And if the population don't have a backbone, then whatever system you have, it's going to be eroded and it's going to be brought apart and taken down. And even the backbone in the population is something that is, I think, the greatest investment in social control has been how to systematically demolish the backbone in people, how to demolish their capacity to fight back and their will to like improve their lives and defend their interests. And while that is gone, like, as long as that is gone, then you can write off that civilization, you can write off that nation, and you can write off that ethnicity, because there is no will to fight in them. So like, unless you can cultivate in any way or form the self-preservation and their will to grow, like the will of every person to fight for what they want, and it has to be something great, that makes them want to fight for it, because it can't be some ridiculous bullshit like being an old cat lady with some extra bucks to travel to the Caribbean in summer. It has to be something that it's worth dying for. Like, the only things that are worth living for are the things that are worth dying for. And unless you have that, then I don't think there's going to be a system that ever works. Like, it has to start from there. That's my point. And it can be my closing if you want to close, or I can keep on
not
talking.
close, not close.
Yes.
I'm busy, and I just came in, so I just want to
Yeah,
change
go on.
topic. Just want to change topic. Yvonne allowed me, or do you want to say something else, Yvonne? No? Okay. So that's about, NATO that always laughing with Russia because they're shooting their own planes down. Look what happened yesterday in the Red Sea. The ship behind me is a USS Gettysburg. It's an American destroyer. Has already a big history by accidents and other shits. Yesterday, from in the Red Sea, from the mission against the
Houthis,
the Yemenitis terrorists, all that shit. They do some actions, and you have the aircraft carrier. You have the aircraft carrier. There are also aircraft carrier fleets. Normally, the Gettysburg is part of it to protect the carrier, and so the the F-18, so the same plane that they're using on the Top Gun Maverick movie, that took off from the. I need to find that fucking aircraft carrier again.
One of the aircraft carriers.
The Truman, as the Truman, was shot down by the air defense system of the Gettysburg. So it was a blue sky, mistakenly shot down.
Yemenis said it's them who brought it down. Yemenis said
no, they're always going to say that to have the.
One of the reports that they said happened, which is probably most likely, is that they flew in to do a strike, and on the way out, the Yemenis fired missiles and stuff at the Americans, and the Americans had shot at the missiles, but you're between the missiles and the interceptors, so something can go wrong. You can get locked up. I mean, it's the same thing's been speculated when the Russians lost one of those A-50s. Was it between a Storm Shadow attack and an air defense system, and that's why it got shot down, because it got targeted.
It's not like the U.S. military is the most honest.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying. I mean,
yeah.
it was always,
I'm telling you,
no matter what, it was
well,
accidental. But
exactly. But we don't know. I'm telling you, this is the version of the Yemenis.
No.
Yeah.
The official report from the United States of America is that they did it blue on blue. Yemenitis, and they did it since the beginning. They're always going to claim they did it. They did it. Yes, they shot down a Reaper. Confirmed. The F-18 was being shot, like Von said. It was a blue on blue strike. Happened also in Ukraine with the Patriot system hitting the F-16. Happened during, I think, Afghanistan of Iraq. In 2 months' time, I think, one was on a Tornado, and then was it again on an F-18, I think, or on an F-16 from the American Army. They did some mistakes. It's happening. The same thing with the Russians. Your air defense system always can fuck up. Also, yeah, you can fuck up. It's human error.
I'm not gonna discount it. But the thing is they should provide a video of it if it happened.
Yeah.
And if that happened, they'll have a video.
I mean, that's a possibility. Listen, that's a possibility. We see the missiles that they are attacking Israel with. Even air defense, Israeli air defense couldn't brought it down. They knew
they
that
couldn't even
it's
see
coming. Yeah, they were tracking it. They couldn't brought it down. Just to understand they could attack F-18. It's a possibility. It's in the realm of possibility. I'm not saying it is done, but
the thing is, and people need to understand these air defense missiles and the air defense systems have a time and react. It's time and react. You intercept, and you need to have the time to react to shoot it down. So you need to also.
I mean the technology. I mean they have a technology, an advanced technology.
You know, with the latest interview with Putin, he was really saying to the NATO countries, "Let's play a game, guys. Give me a place in Ukraine. No, wait. Give me a place in Ukraine. Put your air defense there. I'm going to launch my Oreshnik to that place, and you just need to try to shoot it down." He's serious. Because if it doesn't work, he make a very big blow on himself. That's how good the Russian technology is. And that's why I'm saying everybody is laughing at that Oreshnik doesn't do damage. I think it was only kinetic energy that went into the ground, but not even explosives yet. They're just using Ukraine as a testing ground. And I try also to explain to the people, they say, yeah, it's fucking expensive thing. What useless missile system is that? I say, no. 36 heads, so it can hit 36 targets. The next following systems are Zyklons from ships or Kinzhals from the MiG-31. So we need to launch 36 MiG-31s in the air at the same time to launch 36 Kinzhals. If you're doing that with normal cruise missiles, you need to at least launch 72 missiles. Why? Because a lot of air defense are going to work on that. So you're not going to have the 100% accuracy. You take the example of a Tupolev 95 that's taking 8 missiles. So you need to have 36 missiles. You need to double it also to have the same accuracy of the dropping. If Russia really claims, and they're going to do it, we are still waiting to have a second attack of Oreshnik missile on the Ukrainian soil, we're going to see new footage. Are we going to see new type of damage? If it's recorded. People don't understand how dangerous missiles are. The time and reaction is very important, and you still always have a sort of human time and reaction also. Your technology...
They will not believe you. They will not believe you. You need to cite papers that is peer-reviewed. If not, you have no source.
Yeah, and some people also always saying but Ukraine already shot down Kinzhals. No proof also. Not confirmed proof. No good proof. They don't have anything. And he also saying, I had one guy that said to me on Facebook, but United States already has 2 missile systems to come to the Oreshnik. And to the guy, how are they able to make something that they don't know yet to shoot down? It didn't exist yet, and you already have it. It just existed. You just saw it 2 weeks ago. Or 2 weeks ago, how can you have something that can destroy it if you don't even know it exists?
I think it's cope. I think people that are in the West can't compute. It does not compute that.
Yeah.
We might not be number one at something, because even for countries that are like European countries, they're it feels like they have more faith than the American military-industrial complex does, where they're like, yeah, we know that they have the technology to do that. Bitch, we still haven't been able to develop a hypersonic rocket. We're still doing that.
So you guys missed it. Ukraine used the target to intercept those Attritional. You don't get it. You know, they like the whole Earth right move towards the Attritional, not the Attritional come down.
If you have a president of a very important country that can be that can have a lot of damage from himself, if he's tried to say, let's play a game. If he's losing that game, he's going to make a very big joke on himself, and people understand. Putin is like, I know I have a better system than you. I know I have something that you can't shoot down. So let's just play the game. You play big mouth, let's play it. Just give me space, we do it. Put your thing there, try to shoot me down. Just try. It's fucking, I'm amusing if I'm hearing Putin saying things like that. And then you have the responders on other channels.
I don't even think they can shoot out the Kinzhal. They can put a Patriot or whatever. Then they actually didn't fire the Attritional, they fired the Kinzhal. And they still destroy the
36
Kinzhals. It's like, you can't even hit the Kinzhal. You want to hit the Attritional.
Yeah. I still remember that picture when they saw the first image of the landing at the aftermath of a Kinzhal that they shot down. You could see like a little piece of grass laying on the side, and then a little piece of shell. Like, I just destroyed the hypersonic Kinzhal. Yeah.
I have a question. Talking about missiles, didn't Israeli have THAAD now? Why couldn't they shut down the Houthi missile? Isn't THAAD?
They have two. They supposedly have two THAAD systems that are being operated, but I don't know where they are. I would assume they're operational by now, but
the problem is, of what I heard, is they are tracking the missiles. They are tracking it.
The thing is,
this is the fucked up thing.
Well, the thing they said about the THAAD is the radar and its ability to track, and it's so they might be, because the expense of the missile and the limited quantity of the THAAD missiles, they might be trying to go cheap by tracking it with the THAAD radar and then hoping the Iron Dome gets it, whatever shit they got, because they really can't afford to waste those missiles. I think they even said a few months ago that if Iran was to launch that kind of attack, like a couple hundred missiles and drones at Israel, that one or two of those attacks would deplete the entire stock of THAAD missiles that they believe has been produced.
And they are ferociously expensive as well. Like, I forget the numbers. I looked at what THAAD missiles cost, and it was. But
I bet you that's what they're doing. They're probably trying to use the radar and then use the cheaper missiles to hit stuff.
No, just what I remember one discussion, like some Owens happened. We were arguing if Russia will give some technology or some missiles to Iran and Houthis.
They already did.
Yeah,
No.
I think it's a fair.
No, the Houthis made that hypersonic themselves, for sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, Toby.
Even saying that Iran made it, it's like a far-fetched conclusion. I don't know. It's easier. You are fucking with me in Ukraine. I will fuck with you everywhere in the world, because there's multiple tension points and multiple opportunities for Russia to fuck up with America and its allies.
They're never going to hit.
So I didn't see you.
Never going to. But if I allow to give you a little bit theory about ballistics and the new guidance missiles they have. You have the old ballistic system that was underground, so they knew the location. They are spotting 24 hours a day. So if they know they launch, they can actually calculate speed and trajectory and the angle they are taking, and they can approximately know where they're going to land. No, most of the new missiles are guided, so they're going to take another trajectory, and after a while, you just don't know where it's going to drop down. Also, and then like the Oreshnik is launched by a mobile missile system, a mobile launcher, so you don't know where it is. You're only going to know when he's launched it when you spot the launch place at the moment is already gone. And then you don't know where it's going to land. You know it's going to be Ukraine, so you can wait in Ukraine and look in the sky and like, oh, where is he? Where is he? And then you need to watch something on Mach 12 going down with 36, with 6 buses, and each bus you have 6 heads. Suddenly you need to see that dropping down at Mach 10, 12. It's fucking fast. No, for the moment, no air defense system is capable to destroy that type of hypersonic. It's actually also the same for the Kinzhal and all that stuff. The thing is that I believe the day that the United States have from themselves real working hypersonic missiles, but completely working, they can make with their knowledge about hypersonics, because they can test it on themselves, they can make their own air defense on that. If you don't have hypersonic, you can't make air defense for hypersonic. That is my theory.
I'm not sure you can anyway. The time frames are so narrow that you're starting to talk about like human response times. It's like first you've got to pick the bloody thing up. Then you've got to get your radar pointed at it. Like
AI.
radars aren't magic. You actually have to turn the dish. You know, you have to actually focus.
And
you have to make the decision to do it, right? You start it, and the time frames are seconds.
You have to be automated. So you have to be AI. You have to have AI. You have a high tech, no monitoring.
Yeah.
Then
and you,
it's a bit like trying to intercept an artillery shell. That's basically it.
Yeah,
Can you
and you
intercept
saw
an artillery shell? If you can't do that, then it's you can't definitely intercept a hypersonic. It's flying down like it's like a rod from the heaven,
Right.
Yeah,
So okay,
and we saw
Mr. Lambo, you've been talking and you've been like interrupting. Also, like I'm gonna go. Okay. So according to Theodore Postal, he's kind of like famous MIT nuclear and rocket scientist. The Patriot is not an ABM system. It's an AA system. And during Iraq War I, we shot down 0 Scuds. There were no Scud missiles that we shot down. And George Bush came out there and he called it a Scud killer. But the reality is that it was an embarrassing failure. And then when we look at Israel's, indigenous systems, quote unquote, they failed spectacularly too, not just to intercept that Houthi rocket, but also during the Iran, they were having a hard time shooting down slow-moving drones. They were having issues with that. And we saw also how these anti-ballistic missile systems failed spectacularly in Saudi Arabia. So I think that something is very broken with the Patriot. And all I can do is wonder if THAAD is a system that's actually more capable of addressing the ballistic missile threat. Go ahead, Vaughn.
I just want to do a quick closing. It's been a good week. Like, subscribe, and share. It was good to see everybody again. As far as Ukraine goes, I personally would keep an eye on Kherson and see if anything happens around there in Kupiansk. I would expect the Russians to continue to push really hard to get Kursk cleared out before January 20th. I assume any territory they pick up is just going to be opportunistic because there's no Ukrainians there. And I would expect the Ukrainians to, you'll probably see Pokrovsk continue to get surrounded more, that pocket down south. Everything down south is going to keep collapsing. But definitely I would keep an eye on around Kherson just out of curiosity to see if anything happens around there. And then watch the Kursk pocket get more and more pressed. Maybe see if it's gone by the end of the year or shortly thereafter. Maybe that'll be the New Year's surprise from Russia, is no Kursk incursion. But y'all have a good week. Like, subscribe, and share. And if you're on the DPA thing, make sure you go look at the nominations or make your nominations. And then when it comes time to vote, make sure you vote so we get a good turnout. Everybody in the DPA army can vote, so make sure you get in there and do it. Y'all have a good week.
Yeah, but
so nomination is open in case those that did not hear it. The Open Mic Speaker of the Year nomination is now open. So do check out the community post or the Telegram to vote. Not the vote, nominate. Vote is later. No, nominate first. Top nomination will get the vote. Will be going to the final voting.
Yeah, something that CH was responding in the chat also about Oreshnik is maybe capable to hit the carrier. Yes, if you don't know that they launched one. So if they were able to launch one in Russia and they don't know what is going to be for them and they don't change in course, they're going to certainly hit it. The problem is we don't still know how the technology is about hypersonic, but after a moment, it's just guidance
it's like it's going in a certain heat shield that they can't actually see anymore or even follow something. So I think until the last stage of that missile, they are able to hit the carrier group unless they know they've been launched and they know it's coming to them. So I think it's going to be only in a war situation, maybe. I don't think they need it. They have other missile systems to hit. I think they can do it with the Zarkon. They can do it with the P700. They can do it with the P800. They still have. I think for me, and big strikes, important strikes, if the Oreshnik is really working like they are saying, is going to be a very, very concerning game changer against NATO countries, and if it's something escalating. But now for Ukraine, they are in big shit, I think.
Yeah. Lambo, I think on this, I read about this. I don't know, and I don't know if the people that I was reading know, but they were saying that an aircraft carrier could not escape an Oreshnik because they can't change course fast enough. They're a very big ship. It's like that old saying, it's a big ship. It's slow to turn, and the speed, the time that you've got is just not enough to get out of the way. So if the targeting is good, the general consensus that I read is that yes, target carriers are a legitimate target. But anyway, I'm going to do a quick closing as well because this has gone on long enough, and we've all heard more than enough from Lambo. And I just wanted to say something that Upgrade's going to enjoy a lot, and this is on the issue of corporate control of countries. I lived in Switzerland for over a decade. In my view, there's a really good political theory that's called the balance of powers, right? And it's based on the idea that all power corrupts, and so that the way you get a stable state and the best possible result from government is that you have a balance of competing powers. And so this is the theory behind you have an executive arm, a legislative arm, and a judicial arm of government, the three arms of government, and they share power. None of them have absolute power, and they kind of balance each other out. And one of the things that Switzerland has, which is an absolutely amazing thing, the people have direct democracy, and what that does is it doesn't make a perfect society because the Swiss are so wise, but it gives the people a power of veto, right? The people of Switzerland, if something is clearly fucked, can put a stop to it. And that is what is missing from all other Western democracies that I've lived in and been a part of. You see, the money of corporations, it's not evil and smart, right? It's just money, and it just corrupts, and it's all pervasive. And it doesn't help when you have, court decisions like Citizens United in the US equating corporate money with free speech. But the one thing that direct democracy does is it balances the power of corporations. Because Switzerland has corporations, and they do great things. They create a lot of wealth. It's not like corporations are all evil. It's just any concentration of power is going to turn to plunder and evil, right? Because it's corrupting. And so, in my view, there is a way clear of fascism, of corporate power, and that is to give the people the power of veto. It's not that I'm celebrating direct democracy as being like, Vox Populi, Vox Dei, and it's going to give you warm puppies and the best decision, but it balances out the overwhelming influence of corporate power. And it's something that I think everybody in the West needs to have a hard think about, and maybe look at Switzerland, because it works. But anyway, so Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everybody. Good talk. Thanks, Lambo. I really enjoyed your contributions, but Guy, yeah, good one. And I'll see you all next week.
So Merry Christmas, Toby. I just want to add the carrier turning radius is I went to search is around 13 kilometers or 8.1 miles.
That's big.
I'm not sure.
It is again the time reaction. It's again the time and reaction.
I have
another person calculated like a 90-degree turn. A turn 90 degrees might take 10 minutes to turn 90 degrees. So
the Messiah would be like
I asked ChatGPT, they say it's much faster.
It's plausible. Let's say it's
2 to 4 minutes.
Wyatt, so I'm looking through the Speaker of the Year nominations and stuff, and there's supposed to be a bunch of different categories. Are we going to vote for each one in a different category, or do you just nominate which people you want for what?
There's only going to be a person of the year. There's no more categories because there's no good suggestions for the categories.
I really like
Yeah,
the most annoying suggestions. I would definitely.
You don't have the simp of the year. You don't have the asshole of the year.
Yeah, there's
How
really
dare you,
people are
Wyatt?
not so enthusiastic. So no, yeah. So it is what it is.
I was going
So
for
maybe
both
this year.
an asshole of the year.
On my
Guys,
personal,
we can't give every award a year, guys. Jeez.
Yeah, because it's it's too negative. We want to keep the open mic, more motivating and positive. Yeah.
Well, it's a good
someone
point.
suggested the Wayneest person of the year. I said, what the fuck? It's just gonna be Wayne, man.
I was happy with the prize. I don't care if it's negative or positive. I'm just happy with the prize.
Well, but we can make a nominations that are positive. We don't need to like discourage people from appearing in the open mic and telling them that they're actually assholes. But it could also be useful to kick out the people that we don't like. You know, it can be a form of ethnic cleansing.
Cannot. That's too Romanian already. That's too Romanian. It's like, you're saying that, oh, why you use TikTok? No, cannot. No, really, I saw some of the suggestions. It's just like I can't make it work in a way. So I decided just stay with the same until maybe we have a better idea for next year. Yeah, it's a bit hard. It's that you say the smartest person or the most handsome person of the year is it's not really that
we can't
meaningful.
give every award to Gabriel. That wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, no, of course, if you say the handsomest, speaker of the year, Upgrade is going to win it. Like, what's the point of having this election? This voting?
Oh my gosh,
Gabriel is a beautiful man.
or Gabriel.
You are too kind.
What is You're too beautiful. Fuck off.
Yeah. Seriously, I really thought about it. I was like, I thought I'm not sure how to make it work. So just stick to the old one first.
You have to defend on yourself. You have to think of all of the categories then.
But there would be but maybe the voting will be work differently. If I use the Google form, then I can have a lot of names. Then maybe that will make the voting a bit more interesting. Rather than just have the 4, or 5, we can have 10 or 12 people on the list. So we shall see how this goes.
All right.
Do you all want to talk
I nominated
anymore?
myself.
Was the main prize the check of $1 million? I don't know.
No prize. I'm too poor to give prizes.
Yeah.
We can make a fund. We can make a forum fund, to give a prize to the winner. But it would have to be of course not Wyatt paying. It has to be the people in the the prize.
Cool.
We can put a tax, on every member, and part of it goes to 10% for Wyatt, and the rest goes to the winner. 10%
to the big guy. Yep.
Yeah.
or I have to design a plug and then have to mail the plug over to create a plug.
Can we do just maybe a frame on the speaker of the year panelists, something
guys,
flashes all the time, just this speaker of the year.
I am being summoned.
All right, peace.
I'm being summoned. I have to go. So yeah, good to see you guys. I think that the most likely scenario is that the situation continues on its current pace of acceleration. I don't think there's going to be a massive breakthrough, but it would be nice to have a surprise. I would really like for things to sort of lash out in crazy ways in these final days of the year. Great discussing with you guys, and hope to see you next time. Oh, and check out Bradley and Nunez's channel. I've heard they do pretty good stuff. And remember to like and subscribe to Wyatt and give him money. Oh, and if you're gonna do a next, when you do a next, when you have time for another one, I might be willing to participate. Just let me know when you're gonna do it, and
all right,
and I'll schedule it.
Okay.
And yeah, see you guys.
Okay.
Thanks,
Always a
Gabriel.
pleasure. Bye.
I think the what other topics you want to talk
We
about?
still have
I
Germany,
think
actually.
Romania. We haven't talked much about Romania. We didn't talk about the terror attack in Germany.
Well, let's talk about Romania if you don't mind, because you're right. We haven't heard a whole lot from the government and what their plan is, and that's a bit concerning considering that the news came out today. I don't know if you guys read that news that came out today, but the whole rationale that they had was Georgescu's campaign was being funded by these, some sort of Russian front company to influencers. Well, the news came out today that they followed the bouncing ball and they followed the money. The funders were actually the opposition guy. It was actually one of the coalition party members, or within the current government. So they own gold themselves, because any support that they planned to drain away all went to Georgescu, and he ended up winning the first round. Now, that was 3 or 4 weeks ago, whatever it was. We haven't heard a damn thing since. Like, they were supposed to reschedule the first round over again, but for the life of me, I haven't heard a thing, and I've been following this thing pretty closely.
Yeah, no idea. When they're going to do. Like, I don't think they have a date, right, for the reschedule of the election.
So yeah, it's I don't know. It's I don't know how the West gets out of this, untangles this mess, because they've effectively come straight up and canceled democracy in a country. I don't know how else to explain it, but they've come straight up and said, yeah, we're canceling this election. If I was in Romania right now, I'd be out on the street, a real protest, not that Georgia crap. I'm talking about I'd be burning the place down if I was Romanian and I cared about that.
Yeah,
So.
I think both you and I, Nanya, I think on one of our podcasts, we actually, when we were discussing this issue, we both predicted that there's no way they were going to let Georgescu just win like that. There's just no way. Romania is too important for the Ukraine war effort, and just being even a little bit cold feet on NATO, you're, there's no, we don't need that guy. We don't need somebody like that there. And so yeah, I mean, they started saying that early on. Remember that? Oh, there's cybersecurity concerns about this election, and then that's kind of. That was the bigger. That was the reason that they were giving before. I haven't read this news yet about the funding as well. That's going to be really interesting to read about.
So I guess with Romania, like, to me, and maybe I'm over analyzing it, but to me, this is one of the most outrageous things I've seen in my life when it comes to democracy and politics and the whole charade. I'm just wondering, some of the other guys, Lambo, Upgrade, the other people in Europe, what are you guys hearing in your countries about this? And is there outrage? Because if there's not, and I'm not hearing a whole lot, that's a problem.
Nothing.
No,
nothing.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I'm serious. I'm watching every day the fucking news here. Nothing. We're going to earlier see a news message about Trump farting. That's
what they did upgrade?
They did spoke about Romania, but it didn't take long. So I think it was a bit the same like you're going to maybe hearing on the American news channels about the rest of the world. But it's like a few days and then whoops, everything stopped. So they talked about the elections and then it stopped. Yeah, it's for the moment we don't hear anything anymore about it. It's
so I can say that in the Swiss news they found it very strange. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
What did they say?
They said it's very strange that because, like I said, we're a direct democracy, that when people vote and that you give a reason that it's influenced by some, like TikTok, for example, right? So you should ban X, you should ban Facebook, you should ban any kind of information and just have basically just the government giving you the paper of what they vote on, and then you can make your decision, right? But we are in a world where internet is a thing, right? And you can get information from everywhere. So, and the worst part is what I heard the same thing today, that actually the money came from the opposition party, and because of the opposition party, this guy got even more votes, you know. So if it's the case, then there's no reason to make a new voting. I think they should just take the same results what they had and then move forward with it and go to the second round. That's what the
the constitutional judges will have to go to jail, you know.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. We've got they're in our pocket, right? We have our leg in on the judicial side in Romania, so we got our judges to basically annul the election.
But Romania is also very man, it's a corrupt country also, you know. I don't want to say something, you know, but I have Romanian friends, you know, and they say by themselves that it's been guys, gypsies and stuff like that. We know everything about them, you know.
but here's the thing. In order to make the EU legitimate, every country within the EU, if they are a democracy, they need to follow the same sort of, you know, like I said, the same charade. So the fact that, you know, we've effectively canceled democracy in a country and nobody seems to care, you know, and I get that Romania is corrupt and all that, but still, if Romania is corrupt, by definition, all of the EU is corrupt because it has to be. It's the same union, right? So it tells you everything right there. It tells you everything about democracy in the West.
So if you want to have an answer, the latest news I can find was on December 17th or 16th. 17th, the European Commission is launching a formal investigation into TikTok due election risk. The reason for this is the recent Romanian presidential election. It was recently declared null and void. TikTok is allegedly doing too little to safeguard the integrity of national elections, according to the European Commission. The recent Romanian presidential election on November 24 is a specific reason for the investigation. This election was declared null and void just before the second round of voting. What's
the date? What's the date on that? I think that might be a week or two. 17. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was before this news came out from about the funding. So I suspect what they were trying to do was, well, they were trying to set up Georgescu. That's pretty obvious, and they were trying to, you know, investigate it and give it legitimacy because the EU is investigating it. But after the news came out today or yesterday, whenever it came out with the funding, I don't see how, like, they need to backtrack out of this, but I don't know how they can. Right. So what's the next step for the EU now? I have no, or the Romanian government. I have no idea. How do they backtrack out of this?
They don't.
And imagine it's the intel agency that says that it's the Russians. And now there is so where's the receipts? No, and then the receipts goes back to their own countries. Like, what the fuck? Which means that maybe one of these coalition party is funded by Russia.
Anybody who's paying attention, if you're not out on the streets protesting these globalists, if you're supporting these globalists, there's something wrong with you. Because this is what they do. So if you value democracy, you can't support globalism. And everybody in Romania, get out on the streets, protest, be loud.
But it's crazy how in Europe they're using Russia for everything. So like with the previous elections, when Tulsi Gabbard was also candidate for presidential, before that already Clinton accused her for collaboration with Russia and all that bullshit. Now, when they told here in Belgium on the news that Tulsi Gabbard was picked by Trump, they use this fucking thing. She is corrupt. There are things about her because Russia and thing. After all these years, it's like, you know, I need to know also that my media that I'm watching is VTM. They are using like a lot of things that CNN is using. So it's like they are collaborating with CNN. It's crazy. It's giving me headaches. So sources, all that stuff coming from CNN is crazy. And if you look in America, how bad CNN is doing, they're actually still surviving because they have these contracts with these other countries around the world. They are dead. But we are still fucking using these non-believers, these fucking lefties news sites like CNN. It's crazy.
It's always Russia's fault.
I'll go
It's
after
crazy.
you, Upgrade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, I wanted exactly to say that it's not just only in Europe where the Russians are blamed. Look at the US election when Trump got elected in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
They said for 4 years he was a Russian asset, and at the end it was all fake. It was not true at all. And I mean, there's so many things in America that's even worse than in Europe. I mean, the 50 intelligence guys who signed this paper, and they said there's 100% proof. They never went in front of a court or something like that, you know, to explain themselves, you know. And it's the same with all these guys who are now crying about that Trump is going after them, right? He's like, oh, why? I didn't do anything. Why I'm getting... Because maybe you did something. I mean, shift. This guy was going around on CNN, MSNBC, ABC, every day he was going. We have 100% proof that Russia interfered and helped Trump. What he had to say? Nothing. And now when they say he needs to go in front of the court and explain himself, oh, no, because he needs to get lawyers, you know, and it will cost him money. Fuck him. He gets so much money. He's a congressman, or what? He's in the Senate or in the House. He gets so much money. Why we crying about people like that? But on the other side, we have this guy in New York who got who is freed now. Who Penny, right, was his name, I think, right, in the subway. Who was a problem with one black dude who was a little bit crazy, and he strangled him to death, right? And this guy, nobody cried about him about getting him lawyers. So I don't know. It's upside down now. Everything is upside down. Nobody understands what's going on in the world. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Super chat. So ASCII66 say that they have no proof to annul the elections. They had only a note from the SRI that a foreign state was intervening in the elections. Few days ago, they found out with proof that a big party was mistakenly promoting Kellen Georgescu. Now, just like Ukraine, we have an illegitimate president.
Yeah. Compare the Romania to Georgia, right? Look at what the Georgians were able to do. They played very smart, and they played kind of a long game. They've said this out loud. They've Georgian officials have literally brought this up that no, they're trying to open up a new front against the Russians by shoving Georgians into the meat grinder next. Like, they know that this is what's going on. And there was that I mean, it's still shocking to me that this is how it went down, but the whole thing where they raided the offices of these opposition parties and of these, you know, GONGOs, the government organized non-governmental organizations, and found all of that color revolution equipment of people like making Molotov cocktails, having, you know, gloves and riot shields and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, there was videos of them taking that stuff out, you know, out of those, and they did it right in the offices. It's not like, you know, they had a warehouse somewhere. Like, no, right in those you know, those office buildings, they were basically plotting the overthrow of Georgia, and the Georgians put the kibosh on it. And so people are saying that they did this in a clever way, where they made sure that they had the legislative body on their side. They made sure that they knew that they were going to win whatever the vote was, and then they got their the legislators kind of stood their ground. Like, they knew that this was going to be the plan, and they smartly played it out, where they had, you know, people came out, they raided those offices every day. Fewer and fewer people were coming out. They would do things like basically, you could see videos how, like, every day there were fewer and fewer people that were out there. And one interesting thing that they did is they put up a Christmas tree, and then had the protesters that were in the square. They're like, "Oh, look, everybody's celebrating Christmas," so they could have their own kind of like a photo op. We cannot make a big protest because our illegitimate president will declare state of war or emergency, and he will take power for who knows how much. Go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah, to the Georgian situation, I have some friends from a long time ago. I know them, and they said That's that was his opinion. I was talking to him because I saw the protest going on. I just wanted to know how he's going, how he's doing, right? And he said to me, you know, we don't want to be with the EU. We don't want to be with the Russians. Just leave us alone in the mountains, you know, making our, you know, praying and making a good food and drinking some wine. You know, we just want to be there, you know. Just leave us alone, you know. Why everybody's focusing on us, you know? We don't
All
want
the
anything,
Middle
you
East
know?
saying that.
And
All the Middle East is saying that, but no one listens. And
yeah,
forget
but
it. Forget it.
that's exactly, that's nobody. If you're a small country, you don't have a chance. And he said also there's a problem with these NGOs who
Even
are
big
just
countries
there.
don't.
We don't know
Even
who are
even
you
big
affiliated
big
to.
country don't.
Why you don't say that you're affiliated to somebody? Make it public so everybody knows. You know, if you're pro EU, you know, and you have some EU countries founding you, then just disclose it, make it public so everybody knows and everybody knows your stand, and that's not a problem, right? You can found some stuff, but at least be transparent about it. And that's what he said. It's a problem. He wants more transparency. Even also on the other side, what if the Russians give some money, they should also disclose it. So then everybody knows what's going on, and everybody knows, and then they can decide by themselves.
Right. Even big upgrade. It's not only small countries. Even big countries are suffering. You see Russia. You see what's happening. Yeah. If you are against their agenda, against their money, they will fight you till the end. It doesn't have to be a small country or a person, a big person, small person. They don't have like any limits. Yeah, great.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Nunia because Trudeau, what's going on? Is he getting out? Is he finally getting out?
Nice trade.
Hey, I just want to say before you go on, I already closed. But everyone have a Merry Christmas. Have a safe Christmas. Hope everybody gets what they want. Peace out.
All right, cheers, Vaughn.
Merry Christmas.
Well, it's been an interesting couple of weeks here in Canada, for those who don't know, but basically, I'm going to say maybe about a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, there were rumblings that Trudeau was in talks with Mark Carney, former Bank of England head, former Bank of Canada head for that matter, and about bringing him in. And then a week or so ago, Chrystia Freeland, our finance minister and deputy prime minister, so our number 2 in charge after Trudeau, she quit, and she sent him a pretty nasty resignation letter when you read it. So that kind of launched a chain of events where another MP also quit the same day on Trudeau. He's got a group of about 40 Liberal MPs in his party who sent him a letter asking him to resign. That was maybe about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So basically the whole month of November, December, pretty much all of 2024 now that I think about it, there's been a lot of pressure on numbnuts to step down because he's incompetent as shit in everything he does. So it's all coming to a head now. He's being propped up by the NDP, and they support him because he doesn't have a majority. The Liberals don't have a majority, so they need the support of at least one other party. So the NDP have been propping him up for ever since the last election. It looks like that support's going to end. So the next confidence vote, yes, it does look like just this retarded man that's running the country. Looks like he'll be kicked to the curb, and it can't be soon enough. He has destroyed this country in ways that I don't think we're really going to be able to analyze for another couple decades.
Do you think, Nonia? Do you think he will go that easy? I don't think. I think he will try every trick in the book to stay in power.
I don't know, man. If it was a month ago, yes, I think a month ago Trudeau was intent on running. Now I'm not so sure. I think you know, there's, I mean, well, you're here. You're in Montreal, right?
I know.
You're,
I hope.
yeah, I mean, you're in
hope.
Montreal. Yes, but you're in Montreal, right? That's Trudeau's home riding.
And they hate
they hate him, right?
I know.
So, you know, everybody hates the guy. And when
Everybody
I say
hates
everybody,
him,
I
but
mean everybody. Like, it could be a soccer mom. It could be an old woman. It's like a national rally. Fuck Trudeau is now like a national rally cry. It's unbelievable.
But you can be
it's
surprised.
unbelievable.
You can be surprised. Some people, some liberals love him because, you know, ideologically and stuff. But some people love him. But not in a great percentage, you know, not in a great percentage. But I think they will try every trick in the book and outside the book. Even
I think they know they're done. No, I mean, last I checked, Polyev was up by 22 points.
I need to be a bit skeptic. So if it doesn't happen, I will not get like.
Well, to be clear, Polyev's no better. Like he's like Toby was saying about Australia with the Uniparty. Same thing here in Canada. Polyev, Trudeau, they're the same being. So, you know, I for people who think that it's great that we're going to get a conservative government, I don't see there being any change, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I was going to say. Even the conservatives doesn't give me any, like, a big hope.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is he gonna
but,
maybe
I mean,
better, but not
the fact that we don't have to look at Justin Trudeau's stupid fucking face and we got to listen to his lispy, fruity voice and his faggy socks and the way he crosses his fruity legs, like everything about him makes me want to choke the guy. Okay. So the
You might like that. Careful.
The fact that he just gets kicked out so that we don't have to look at him, that alone is worth the $300 million it's going to cost for the election for.
And the things they
I'll
are
chip in.
doing the things they are doing to try to bribe the people, it's like pathetic. It's like pathetic.
And the thing about it, yes. So what Nika said, Shithead came out with this GST, a temporary GST tax cut for the holidays. So basically, he's cutting Canadians like a check for like $250. Canadians
so
are all. And you look at the opinion polls, and the opinion polls are all like, "We don't want it, buddy. We don't want your money. We don't want your money."
It's our money, man. It's our money.
Yeah, Nika, maybe
let Upgrade go. Yo, he's been waiting to speak. He had his finger up.
Here I have my cigarette up. It's very short. It's very short.
Okay, go.
Maybe you just need to find a solution, and the solution may be very easy. Maybe you just need to organize better orgy parties than he does.
Yeah, of course, Mr. Lambo would say something completely shitty and
you have to out DD, you know, you have to like triple D.
But like I said, we kick him out. We'll get the new guy in. All the foreign policies, everything will be the same. So, you know, like we were joking about the 51st state. It's effectively what we are. So, like, to be honest with you, I'm not even probably going to vote. And I voted in every single federal, provincial, municipal election since I was 18 years old. And this is the first election where I'm honestly thinking about not voting because I just do not see the point. And I think that my non-vote at a protest will say more than actually voting for any of these clowns. So that's where I'm at, unfortunately.
Go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah, that says everything, right? When people are so fed up that they don't even go vote because they see no future in none of the parties. That's pretty sad. That's because Canada was a very great country. I remember my mom went there when she was younger, and she talked just good things about Canada. She's French, and she went there and she said it's magnificent country, so nice people, you know. Back then it was very good to work there also and stuff like that, and now it's just become shadow of himself. I mean, it's
even
sad,
there's a lot.
I hope you will get at least Trudeau out because he is horrible. I mean, the freezing of the bank accounts and stuff like that. That's undemocratic. That's fucking undemocratic. You know.
See, the best thing that'll happen is he'll get kicked off to the WEF somewhere, and I won't have to look at him ever again. That'll be French kiss.
Is there now a Canadian politician that is really capable to replace Trudeau? a better person than Trudeau?
Well, like I said, we've got three main parties. We got three main parties: the Liberals with Trudeau, the NDP with Polyev, and the NDP with Singh, and then the Conservatives with Polyev. They're all basically the same when it comes to foreign policy and anything that actually matters, right? So, and then you've got some fringe parties like the People's Party of Canada. So think of the PPC as kind of like the Canadian version of the AFD, right? They're considered the far right, and they're blah blah blah. You look at their policies, and basically like let's limit immigration. Yeah, it's all like pretty much common sense stuff. But the mainstream media here, the leader, Maxime Bernier, the mainstream media has spent the last 10 years just vilifying him as the second coming of Hitler. So, you know, he'll get like 3% of the vote, and that's about it, right? If I was to vote, I'd probably vote for somebody like him or the Libertarian Party or something. The three main parties, they're all co-opted. It's one big uniparty. Forget it.
So this Polivier, right, is his name. He is also pro-NATO and pro the world.
Oh yeah, big time.
Have any choice? Okay.
All of them. All of them. Forget
Oh
about.
my God.
Forget about
I
it.
don't have any choice.
Some of them have big mouths.
Again.
Some of them have big mouths. But
the only difference between Trudeau and Polyev, as best I can tell, is Polyev never had one of his former students sign an NDA. Take that for what you will. So,
but I'm actually getting sick to hear all these people, even politicians, comparing other people to Hitler and all that stuff. There's nothing to compare. It's fucking ridiculous. It has nothing. Nazi even doesn't exist and will never exist anymore. And you need to stop that bullshit always. It was the same with Trump. It was the same with Trump saying that he's a Nazi and all that shit. Fuck, stop with that bullshit.
Mr. Lambo, there's Nazis in Germany. There's Nazis in Germany. What are you talking about? There are people with...
What are you talking? You forget about Ukraine?
Yeah.
You forget about Israel?
But I'm meaning with that, okay, even Nazi, you can be a Nazi supporter or you can support the Hitler thing of, but we're never going to have a second SS. We're never going to have a second real Nazi party. It's impossible. We're never going to have a second Holocaust. Just about speaking about the Holocaust is never going to happen again. And just blaming somebody like like Trump for being the Hitler because he wants to throw out all the immigrants that came illegally inside the country is not a corporation to
ongoing genocide.
Genocide, Israel.
That's why I'm talking. You're forgetting a part of this word, you know.
It's still existing, and Israel is showing it. Genocide is still existing, sadly.
Yeah. So
they are proving you wrong, man. They are proving you
So
wrong.
who is the closest in a Nazi for the moment is going to be Israel.
Yeah. The problem is they are
safe.
even destroying themselves from inside. I see what's happening politically inside. I mean, inside they have like red lines. They have like some checks and balances between themselves, between Jews. I mean, because they have like an apartheid state. But at least before they had like some sense of checks and balance between themselves. But now it's fucking destroying. They are just what's happening now. It's destroying them from inside out. I'm telling you, what Netanyahu and his gang in the war, what's happening, is destroying the society, the fabric of the political system and the fabric of society. It's fucking them more than the Arabs.
How many wars is he busy doing for the moment?
Whatever wars, so he can in power. He don't care. He will stay in power.
But I think one day is going to end up bad for Israel as they continue.
Yeah, don't forget, they are backed by the US. US have big pockets, have big, they can go a lot longer than the other states with this.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I just wanted to do my closing because I have to go, unfortunately.
We can also do closing for everyone as well. No, since upgrade started.
I'm ready.
Upgrade can start first.
Okay, I will start and then
since we coming to 5 hours.
Closing. So it was nice to talk to everybody like usual. Check Wyatt's channel, subscribe, like his things. He's putting a lot of efforts in his work. And Merry Christmas to everybody, and have a Happy New Year also. Think positive. Next year can be a very nice year. Hopefully all wars will be over and we can live in peace and harmony and just be normal human beings and not kill each other for fucking dumb shit. Huh? Have a nice one, guys.
Peace.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
But there's still one more open mic before the new year. So so it's Christmas focus first, New Year next time.
You're still not bored to see us?
I guess do your closing, Mr. Lambo.
Do we closing? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because we didn't talk about what happened in Germany, so okay, no problem.
So
it happened.
Yeah.
It was a good open mic. So maybe next week we're going to speak about what happened in Germany. I don't really want to talk about it because it's something that's always happening, and these extremes dangerous, very dangerous, and we're seeing that everywhere. Extremes are dangerous, and every certain way and every different way. Now I am still I'm really serious. I'm very interested about that new technology that the Russians are busy doing. They're like most advancing for the moment with their technologies. So the Oreshnik is my nerdy talk, but I think that thing is fabulous. It's like God is busy throwing lightnings to the ground so fast it is, and people need to understand that thing is fucking fast. Just look at these images, it's like that. You don't have time. If you see it, is already you don't. I don't think if you're going to be hit by it, you're never going to hear it, see it. Just going to be dead. And also, the Sukhoi 57 is finally going to get their new engines. So the A51s, I think it's called, or the T51. It's a very, very beautiful. It's going to be huge, more power, huge power. It's going to be, and it's going to be more stealthy. So if you want to have information about it, you need to watch the latest video of Millennium 7. I'm also going to say that Millennium 7 also makes some publicity for DPA. He likes to watch Wyatt, and the guy is an Italian. He's explaining very well about technology, new technology. So also about hypersonics. So if you want to have more understanding also about like we say, the time and reaction time, he makes videos about hypersonics, really explaining how it's working. It's very important to know a little bit about that type of technology because it's very new, that type of hypersonic. So I am actually yes, and like NATO and the NAFO is going to always laugh at Russia about their blue on blue strikes. It's like in the last couple of months we are seeing a lot of blue on blues on NATO equipments, like Ukrainian losing their F-16s by a Patriot missile system, or yesterday an F-18 being shot down by the destroyer behind me. Luckily they are not dead. The pilots and the co-pilots still survived, so they survived the attack. Very good for them. It's things that happening. It's you're playing with big dangerous toys. I'm not going to say it like that. It's war equipment. It's very dangerous, and mistakes happening always on both sides. It's not one side that is going to make the mistakes. The other side also. People need to understand that, because I see all these messages by Russia that shut down their own T-50 radar plane. Like, oh, no, it's happening. Mistakes happening. It's part of life. Technology is still man-made. It's still man thinking, and things like that happening. So yeah, Ukraine situation. I'm very curious with the winter. It's going to freeze very hard. It's going to be a very cold winter. I can see more advancements of the Russians. You also don't need to forget that the heat patterns, heat-seeking goggles and all that stuff that are seeking people are very important at that period, because you're going to be tracked very much easier by drones compared to in a summer period. Also, the situation and the cold is going to be very difficult for the people there. Yeah, A50, T50, I don't care. It's that plane, that illusion. But I'm just reading the chat at the same time. But yeah, I think if Russia going to push, is going to be now. It's going to be December, January. We're going to see a very big push of them. I think the theory to getting in January the 1,000 square kilometer is plausible. I think. No, Wyatt, there was a deep state update now today, and the latest message that one I like to share was that there was a complete encirclement in Makarivka. I don't know if you already knew that one, Makarivka. So yeah, so a deep state.
But that was a long time already. The encirclement has happened like days ago.
Okay, but
they
deep
still
state just
haven't
give
do
it now.
mapping updates.
Yeah, so deep state is very far behind. So we will see. Guys, I love you all. I wish you all a very good Christmas. And then we're going to see each other again. And then I can wish you after that a very good New Year. So no, enjoy yourselves. Support Wyatt's channel. Like and subscribe and vote for me.
Hey, Merry Christmas, bud.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. Nika, closing.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah, but it could be a mistake. It could be someone else hit it and they are just ashamed to say so. It's not the first time, but it's a possibility. That's one thing that I want to say. We cannot say they are lying about one thing and then we believe them immediately on the other, especially when there is no proof either side. So this is one thing, and the war in I hope that this is a crucial period before Trump get power. They are trying every measure, the Ukrainians, to trigger the Russians. It's a dangerous period because everyone will suffer if something bad happens. They're trying to provoke the Russians. Actually, I don't know. I think it's you, Mr. Lambo. The advancement in weaponry in Russia that doesn't afraid. I'm not afraid about it because they can control themselves. They're not like the. I will be more afraid if those Chihuahua countries have those, or Ukraine. I will be terrified about it, but I can trust the Russians to be reasonable. I'm not like with them or against them. I'm neutral for this side, but they can have an agreement with even with their enemies. We can see what that's happening in Syria. They have talks with the ones who are like fighting. It's political. This is how we should like lead the countries. Is based on everyone's best. It's best, you know. I just like this year was too much tiring of too many deaths, too many killing. Hopefully this will stop. There's talks about some ceasefire in Gaza, but who knows? They lied before this. They give us hope before, but let's hope that will be like successful. There is like real talks about it, but who knows? Netanyahu can flip a coin immediately and choose to go crazy as usual. That's it. Happy holiday to all my friends here, and I'm not like especially concerned about this holiday, but I hope everyone happy holiday for everyone here, and hopefully it will be peaceful. I know it will not be peaceful next year, but hopefully it will be more peaceful.
All right.
Don't worry, there's Trump. We're gonna have peace.
Right.
Maga.
Okay, so for my closing, I'll take the conversation really quickly back to Ukraine. Zelensky seems to be determined to not be dragged to the negotiating table by Trump or anybody else. So they're saying stuff like, well, we'll just keep fighting with whatever Biden gave us. So like if Trump cuts the funding, right? Zelensky is also saying extremely undiplomatic things to anybody who suggests peace. You know, I mean, he's done this all along with like Lula, right, and stuff. But now with like Orban, and recently just trying to literally just shit talk as much as he can Vladimir Putin. He's trying to make it like he's trying to make it hard. I think this is what it looks like to me for the Russians to be able to sit down at the negotiating table and, you know, look for the optics to be right about it, because it's very, very important. So I think he's trying to like head that off at the pass, because I don't know if he has or will. I don't know if he's gone publicly after Trump. Maybe he just didn't see, but I don't know if he will do that, because I think he knows he needs the Americans on his side. Otherwise, his regime is in deep trouble. So I think it'll be very interesting. This next year will be very interesting for all of us who have been following the Ukraine war for all this time. And definitely keep an eye out on Wyatt's material as it comes out. Other than that, I'd like to just thank all of our audience, our panelists, our super chatters. Don't forget to check out mine and Nunya's podcast, Hell in a Handbasket. And yeah, make sure to come back for more conversations like this. Peace, everybody. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Bradley. Nunya.
All right. Well, I don't have much to say, guys. I'd just like to say that I think we all need to take these next several days as things are shut down over the holidays to maybe disconnect from some of all this geopolitics stuff and try and relax and replace some of the doom and gloom that we all have in our hobby of geopolitics, and try and replace it with a bit of joy. Because I think if you don't do that, it eventually just builds up to the point where you just explode. So I'd just like to say to each and every one of you on the panel, everybody in the chat listening, I think really highly of everybody on here, and I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas. Try to enjoy it with your family and friends. I know me, I've got the only 3 people in the world who I care about are downstairs, and I'm going to go down and introduce them to some National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation or something like that, and just chill out and try to reflect on 2024 as we head into next year. And I guess we can pick it up next week, but just try and relax over the next few days and come back with a refreshed outlook. That's what I'm going to try to do anyway. And like I said, Merry Christmas to everybody. It's been a great year, and try to have fun and like, share, subscribe. Cheers.
Thank you, Nunya, and thank you, Aski, for the super chat. And yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Wyatt,
and it's my
bye-bye.
turn to do closing. Yeah, Merry
Yes.
Christmas is 23rd,
Bye.
so not 24th, Christmas Eve. So and then there's actually another super chat by Aski. He wrote that have we heard about Hungary, buying national companies? I definitely haven't. I haven't saw it yet. So if I see anything interesting, maybe I'll do a video on it, maybe. So, and thank you for the Merry Christmases and the Happy Holidays. So yeah, so thank you everyone. It is a bit of a sluggish week, I would say. I think in terms of news, there are things happening, but it doesn't feel like it's a very super eventful one. Tragedies continue all around the world, particularly my heart goes to the victims of the terrorist attack over in Germany. I forgot the place, Magdeburg or something like that. What's the name from the place? Magdeburg. Yeah, Magdeburg. So my thoughts go to them, and also disasters continue to go on over in Palestine as well as in Syria, and bombs continue to be dropped. I think if I'm not wrong, in Lebanon as well. So a lot of flux. And politically, a lot of national politics is going to go through some firestorms, and geopolitics is going to change drastically. So I definitely, as usual, suggest that we individual people who are so-called generally nobodies, including myself, I'm a nobody in the grand scale of things, like to really get a quiet sense of geopolitics and how general human or geopolitical behaviors are like is very different from moral and ethics. In geopolitics, there's no moral and ethics. Like, imagine your decision making in a zombie infested the dystopia, and you have to protect your people, your tribe, your family. What kind of decision will you make for your family, for your tribe versus another tribe? It's going to be very different. It's not going to be moral. You can throw ethics out of the window. You're not going to sacrifice your own people just so that you don't kill the other tribe. So because you want to be right and moral, like, it's impossible. You just got to kill them all, just to secure the security of your own people. And that's the real world. That's the national, country to country relationship. And it's a weird world because despite that, the world is still, I think, food security, water security generally is pretty secure by today's standard. Throughout human history, I think human beings are more prosperous than ever before. I mean, even the poor, like a lot of these countries in Africa that used to be really poor, people are starting to get fat as well. So the poverty is really slowly getting into not really a problem unless it's a national issue, internal political issue that caused the poverty. So otherwise, extreme poverty is really low unless they're in a war zone. So I think the world will change a lot. So let's see how this goes. I definitely will be doing a video, summing up 2024, and then maybe a forward look into 2025. Let's see how this goes. I'm not sure. Very busy. Gonna be a very busy week or two because I'm settling into my new house. Things is getting better. You can see that video production is a bit faster, a little bit. And let's see. And thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, and hopefully, DPA Open Mic have been a great company for you for the past year. I think this is 2024, 2023. Open Mic have gone through yet another year, so it's a very, very interesting, life for me. It's a preoccupation that my wife have to live with as well. So I said, tonight I have to do Open Mic. Cannot. So anyway, thank you for watching. I'm going to drop the outro. So Merry Christmas, and have a safe and a happy Christmas. Even if you're not Christian like me, I'm not Christian, but we can still celebrate Santanism. Not Satanism, like Santa Claus. Santanism, not Satanism, Santaism. So have fun and have a great week ahead, and I'll see you guys in the next update.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. We are live. We are live, DPA table, the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.